Hey friends, tonight, let's explore the quiet lessons hidden in history, the ones not found in textbooks, but in the rhythms of daily life long ago. Let's take it slow tonight. You might imagine that being a blacksmith in the Middle Ages came with a certain rugged charm. You picture strong arms, glowing metal, the satisfying clang of hammer on anvil sparks, flying in cinematic glory. But you are not in a movie. You are in a wooden hut that smells like sweat soot and something mildly demonic that's been living behind the water barrel since Easter. It's still dark out. The chickens haven't even considered waking up yet. And your bed, a pile of itchy straw and regret, has not done you any favors. Because, as always, the anvil wakes before you do. You swear it waits for the precise moment your dream gets good, then thumps to life in your head like a church bell struck by a grumpy saint. It calls you with a tone only blacksmiths can hear. A kind of iron whisper. You sit up, and everything aches. Your back, your elbows, your dreams. Even Sir, the soot-covered stray cat you've unofficially adopted, refuses to acknowledge your suffering. He stretches luxuriously beside the forge where the last heat of yesterday's fire lingers. He blinks at you with the condescension of a creature who has never held a hammer or faced a rush order for horseshoes. You drag yourself to the wash basin. The water's cold, of course. It's always cold. And it smells like last week's rain mixed with yesterday's disappointment. You splash your face. Congratulations. You're awake, and it's still not morning. The first task of the day isn't noble. It's not forging a king's sword or crafting legendary armor. It's poking at embers and praying the coals remember their purpose in life. You add kindling gently like you're waking a dragon who might either toast your bread or your eyebrows. Sometimes you get lucky. Today is not one of those days. As smoke begins to curl into your eyes because medieval ventilation is just a suggestion, you hear the first chicken dare to cluck. Dawn approaches. And with it, customers. One of them is already knocking. You haven't even had breakfast, unless you count licking the corner of a stale oat cake and chewing the idea of food. The door creaks open, and there stands old Marjorie. She's 80 if she's a day and somehow stronger than your best tongs. She needs a new hinge for her butter churn and will pay you and wait for it, turnip peels, and a firm handshake. You accept without question. Because you, my friend, are a blacksmith, not a negotiator. As you work, your hands move before your thoughts catch up. Heat, hammer, shape, cool, repeat. The rhythm of the forge is older than you, older than kings, older than time itself, it seems. Somewhere between the clangs, you feel the first rays of sunlight reach through the window. They land squarely on Sir, who rolls over and offers you his stomach as if he's the one who's done something worthwhile today. There's a moment of peace, brief but real. And then the next customer arrives. He's a knight, or at least he thinks he is. His armor looks like it was polished with goose fat and regret. He demands you fix the dent in his helmet. When you ask what hit it, he mumbles something about a strategic goose-related incident and hands you a coin that may or may not be counterfeit. Still you nod, you heat, you hammer, you listen. Because here's something they don't always teach in history books: the blacksmith is the town's unofficial therapist. People talk when the fire's warm and the metal's hot. Secrets flow easier than molten iron. You learn things. Who's cheating on whom? Who owes the baker 3 loaves and a favor? Who's seen lights in the forest at night and swears it's not just swamp gas this time? By midday, your muscles are screaming. You smell like determination and despair. Your hands, they're not really hands anymore, more like flexible anvils covered in soot and moral ambiguity. And yet, you keep going because someone's cartwheel has cracked, because the abbey needs a new bell clapper, because a child needs a bent nail straightened into a makeshift toy sword, because the village needs you. You, the person who wakes before light, who dances with fire, who shapes stubborn metal into something useful, maybe even beautiful, using nothing but grit and rhythm and raw human will. That's the thing. You don't just forge objects. You forge continuity, stability, life, really. You're the heartbeat beneath the cobbled streets, the reason the farmer can plow the night, can ride, and the widow can bolt her door with confidence. And sure, no one thanks you. No one writes poems about the hinge that doesn't squeak or the pot hook that doesn't fall. But, you remember. So, when night finally returns and the fire cools and even Sir curls up in the corner without judgment, you stretch your aching arms, lie down in your straw bed again, itchy, yes, but now also earned, and you sleep. Not because the work is done, but because you are. And tomorrow, the anvil will call again, and you'll answer, because you always do. You no longer feel your fingertips clearly. They're still there, technically, but they've started to feel like separate tools only loosely affiliated with the rest of your body. As if your brain says, grab the hammer, and your fingers reply, we'll try, but no promises. Being a medieval blacksmith means no days off, no anti-slip gloves, and absolutely no workers' comp. The only thing standing between you and a flying horseshoe is good reflexes and a complete surrender of sensation. You've learned to identify metals by smell. Steel has a faintly sour scent like sweat and rain. Iron hits harder, sharper, like burnt hair and worry. And copper? Well, copper smells like your youthful ambitions, bright, fragile, and far too expensive. Each day is a new olfactory adventure. You thought you'd get used to it. You were wrong. Right now, you're polishing a knife handle with one hand and balancing on a wobbly three-legged stool with the other. Sir, the soot-splotched cat who has unofficially claimed your shop is sitting on your shoulder, because that's the only place in the smithy not currently hotter than Judgment Day. He flicks his tail against your face as if to remind you, don't forget my supper. You owe me a mouse since last Thursday. You sigh. Not from exhaustion, you passed that point long ago, but because today is upgrade day for a local nobleman's weapons. A joyous task, if your idea of joy involves being criticized for a blade not being graceful enough by someone who has never actually wielded one. Today's knight wants a carving of a dragon swallowing a star. You ask what kind of star. He says, sparkly, like light but sharper. You resist the urge to look at the lathe. It's essentially a large piece of wood spun by rope and foot pedal, a medieval tool that seems personally offended by your existence. Every time you use it, you pray don't snap, don't jam, don't trigger, sir, into knocking over the oil jar again. You work in silence. Well, not true silence. There's the rhythmic pounding of your hammer, the occasional drip from the thatched roof, and the slow, even breathing of a sleeping cat. A breeze rolls in. It carries the scent of ripe grain, damp wood, and somewhere off in the distance, a cheerful voice shouting, hot bread. You vaguely remember what hot bread tastes like. It's been a while. You once thought you'd become great at this, that your hands would grow precise, your eyes keen, and your clients aware that they were witnessing true artistry. Instead, you have a crescent-shaped scar on your forearm, a waiting list of 12 door latches, and an order from the Abbey for 8 nails perfectly straight, all identical and blessed with heartfelt sincerity. You think about that. Not everyone knows this. In the Middle Ages, nails weren't mass-produced. Each one was forged by hand. There were even full-time nail makers. Nails were taxed. Nails were stolen. That's right. Nail theft was a serious crime because each one held blood, sweat, and time just like you. You're not mass-produced either. Afternoon slips by. You finish the Dragonite Star knife, or at least a version that looks acceptable in low light and through the haze of noble imagination. The knight pays with a silver coin, small worn, possibly passed down from his grandfather. You hold it for a moment, feel its weight. Not just the metal, but everything it's carried, the work of bakers, minstrels, salt sellers, now finally in your calloused hands. Evening comes. Sir curls next to the forge, shaped like a slightly judgmental croissant. You stroke his back gently. You've lost the feeling in your hands, but your heart, strangely enough, still knows when a cat is content. You tidy up carefully, hanging each hammer, folding each scrap of leather, coaxing the fire into sleep with a soft breath. Then you sit. Do nothing. Just sit. It's the best part of the day. No one knocks. No one needs you. There's no metal to shape. Just you, sir, and the wind slipping through the cracks in the door like the lullaby of an old world. You glance at your hands. They tremble slightly. Each callus holds a story. And while you may not write history, you keep it alive. Tomorrow, the forge will burn again. You awake before the sun even remembers who it is. The forge doesn't sleep. Not really. It dozes, it murmurs, it remembers. And when you step into the shop before the world stirs, you swear the anvil shifts, slightly impatient like a cranky old beast that resents being cold and still. You're not far behind. Your spine sounds like someone slowly stepping on a dried twigs. Your shoulders feel like they belong to a man twice your age. And your legs, well, they stopped filing complaints years ago. Now they just silently protest one wobbly step at a time. You make your way to the kindling pile, toes, numb breath clouding in the chill. This is your morning. No songs, no coffee, just ash grit and the ghost of yesterday's fire. And you light it again, because that's what you do. The world doesn't ask if you're rested. It doesn't wonder if your dreams were sweet or whether, sir, the cat sat on your head all night again. He did. It just expects iron to become useful. You toss in more fuel, coaxing the flames with the patience of a monk and the breath of someone who really misses tea. As the first warmth spreads across the floor, Sir emerges from the shadows like a very judgmental fog. He yawns, stretches, and leaps directly onto the only clean cloth you had left. Perfect. You sweep away yesterday's filings, brush off the soot, and glance at your list. It's long. It's always long. Today's lineup includes 3 hinges, 2 plow blades, a lantern hook, and mysteriously 1 iron frog. You pause at that. You hope it's metaphorical. The morning begins with a familiar face, Farmer Edwin. He speaks with the urgency of a man who has just realized spring waits for no one, and neither do vegetables. His plowshare snapped again, and he needs it before the sun fully rises. You nod, take it, and begin the ritual. You heat the iron until it glows like a secret. You strike with a rhythm older than speech. You shape the metal not with brute force, but with precision and timing, like coaxing a melody out of something that never asked to sing. You've done this so many times your arms move on their own. Your body becomes a metronome. Hammer flip cool, hammer flip cool. The forge hisses, the anvil sings, and somewhere in that music time slips away. By midday, you've completed 4 of the tasks. You'd feel proud if you had energy left for emotion. Instead, you take a sip of lukewarm water squint toward the sunlight and accidentally inhale a noseful of ash. Well, that's lunch then. Around this point, you find the frog. It's not metaphorical. It's a literal life-sized iron frog, a gift for a noblewoman who likes odd things according to the note. You shake your head and start sketching. This is not the strangest request you've received. That title still goes to the monk who asked for a candle holder shaped like the Virgin Mary holding an eel. You never asked follow-up questions. Back to the frog. You begin to mold the outline working with thick rods that resist your every move. It's exhausting, ridiculous, and strangely satisfying, the kind of task no one expects from a blacksmith, which makes you secretly enjoy it more. You give the frog round eyes, a wide smile, little iron toes that curl just enough to say, "I might hop, but only if the mood strikes." Sir observes this entire process from atop the tool shelf, clearly unimpressed. He flicks his tail with every clang, as if rating your form. 3 out of 5 stars. You're shaping the final leg when a boy bursts into the forge. He's maybe 10, red-cheeked, missing one shoe. He slams a bent nail onto the table. "Can you fix it?" he asks, breathless. You pick it up, a crude thing, twisted, probably pried out of a crate or someone's door frame. Depends, you say. What's it for? He holds up a carved block of wood. "It's a boat," he says. "For my sister. She's sick. It's her ocean." Your throat tightens. You straighten the nail, slowly, carefully. You even round the edges so it won't catch. You don't charge him. He leaves with a grin and a promise to name the boat Sir Ironbeard. Sir purrs softly. You pretend not to be emotional. The sun begins to lower. The forge cools. Your hands ache in that familiar heavy way. But you did good work today, not just metal and orders. You made a frog smile. You fixed a dream. That matters. Even if no one writes songs about iron frogs or bent nails, you sit in the doorway as twilight rolls in. The air smells like earth and lavender and distant bread ovens. Sir leans against your leg, warm and solid, and for a moment, you feel something close to peace. The forge doesn't sleep, but you will. And tomorrow, you'll wake before the sun again, because that's what you do. There's a saying in the village. The anvil's voice is louder than the church bell. It's meant as a joke, of course, but you've noticed something. When the hammer rings out over the square, sharp, steady, sure people listen. Not because they're waiting for news, but because it tells them everything is still holding together. That the world for now continues to spin the way it should. You are the one who makes that sound. And today, your hammer is already waiting on the bench, dusted with yesterday's soot, its handle worn smooth by years of repetition. Sir eyes it from across the room as if debating whether to attack it or nap beside it. He chooses both, somehow. You stretch your arms. Your joints creak in reply. You crack open the shutters just enough to let in a sliver of gray morning and immediately regret it, because the world outside is damp, foggy, and cold in a way that sticks to your bones. Perfect weather for standing next to a furnace. You add fuel and coax the fire awake like a cranky child. It resists. It sulks. Then grudgingly, it breathes back into life. Today's first customer arrives earlier than expected, a noblewoman. You know this without needing to see her, because she enters your forge the way a cat walks into a chicken coop, gracefully, confidently, and clearly in charge. Her boots are clean. Her gloves are absurdly white. She looks around like the forge might try to steal her jewelry. She pulls out a small, delicate object wrapped in linen, a broken lock, gold-plated, decorative, pointless, expensive. I need this repaired, she says. You examine it. The mechanism inside is laughable, more ornamental than functional. Still, you nod and set to work. She watches. Most customers don't. They drop their plowshares or bent tools and vanish, grateful someone else is handling the problem. But she stays. Her eyes follow every motion, every flick of the file, every hiss of steam as you cool the metal. She says nothing until you're almost done. Then softly, "Do you ever make anything for yourself?" You stop. It's a strange question, out of place like a flower growing from a crack in the forge floor. You think for a moment. "No," you reply, "but I name things." She raises an eyebrow. "The tools, the fire poker's Henry, the anvil's Margaret, the broom's Thomas. He's lazy." She smiles just barely. Then she pays generously with an actual tip and leaves without another word. You hold the coin in your palm for a long time. It's warm. You slide it into the old tin box beneath the bench, the one labeled "Someday." Someday might not come, but still, you save. Around noon, a strange sound fills the shop. Singing, off-key, loud, and familiar. It's Bernard the Tanner's apprentice delivering a package wrapped in wax cloth. Inside, 2 sets of fresh leather straps, 4 new bellows valves, and miraculously, a sweet bun. You look at him like he's walked in carrying a treasure chest. He shrugs. "Said you helped my mum last winter when her cartwheel snapped. She told me to say thanks and to eat the bun before Sir steals it." Too late. Sir has already taken 1 bite and looks aggressively unrepentant. You break the rest in half and sit for a moment on a crate in the smoke, surrounded by tools and echoes, and let the sweetness cut through the soot. And you remember something odd. In some parts of medieval Europe, blacksmiths were believed to be half magician, not because they did actual magic, but because they made fire do what it was told. Metal obeyed them. Weapons were born in their hands, and that kind of power shaping, transforming forging felt divine to those who didn't understand it. You don't feel magical. You feel tired. But maybe there's a kind of quiet wonder in that too, in being the one who bends the unbendable. You return to work with a kind of rhythm now. The day passes in sparks and steel. A chisel here, a gate hinge there, 1 more horseshoe, 2 more latches. The sun creeps along the wall like it's watching. By dusk, you're hammering out the last nail when Sir knocks over the tin of charcoal bits with a flourish only cats can manage. You don't even flinch. You're used to it. You finish the nail, hold it up. Straight, clean, sharp, A small thing, but perfect. You slide it into your pocket, not the drawer. Because sometimes even the smallest things deserve to be kept. Night falls. You close the shutters, bank the fire, and stretch. Your arms are heavier than they were this morning. So is your heart somehow, but not in a bad way. Just full. Sir curls beside your boot. You rest your hand on his back, and in the silence, you hear it again. The anvil, still warm, still humming, still waiting for tomorrow. There's a special kind of ache that belongs to blacksmiths. It doesn't announce itself with sharp jabs or dramatic limps. No, it settles in slow like a house guest who never really unpacks, just drifts from room to room, rearranging things. Your neck pops when you lean. Your wrists hum when you twist. Your knees whisper, maybe don't kneel today, but you kneel anyway. Because a hinge needs adjusting, and it's always the smallest, dumbest things that bend you to the ground. You're halfway through aligning a latch when you realize someone is standing behind you. You didn't hear them come in. It's a monk. Of course it is. He's got that timeless look, soft brown robes, thoughtful eyes, sandals that have seen better centuries. He smells like parchment and patience. He doesn't say hello. He just reaches into his sleeve and produces a spoon, wooden, carved, snapped clean down the handle. This belonged to our cook, he says, like that explains everything. You blink, you nod, you take the spoon, you fix it, and when you hand it back, he bows, murmurs a blessing, and vanishes. Monks are like that. Drift in with a riddle. Leave behind a sense of unresolved peace. You glance at the spoon you just prepared. It's simple, quiet, balanced. You like it. You remember that in some abbeys, monks were the best clockmakers, not because they loved machines, but because they understood rhythm. Prayer by hour, bell by hour, life by rhythm. You think about your hammer, your fire, your days. Maybe you're not so different. This thought is interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. It's a boy you vaguely recognize as shepherd's son. He's holding something behind his back and doing that child thing where he's obviously hiding it, but also obviously hoping you'll ask. So you do. He reveals a bent tin whistle. It's more dent than instrument. You hold it up, turn it in the light, and raise an eyebrow. She wants it to sound happy again, he says, staring at his shoes. You don't ask who she is. You just nod and get to work. The whistle is stubborn, the metal thin, prone to tearing, but you coax it back into shape with soft taps and even softer breath. When it finally gives a little tweet, not quite a melody, but close the boy's face lights up like it's solstice morning. He runs off without paying. You don't mind. You've been paid in lighter things than coins. Afternoon comes with heat that presses on your back like a hand. You open the side window, letting in a warm breeze and the scent of chamomile and something vaguely sheepish. Sir lounges on the windowsill, one paw dangling, eyes half closed. He chirps at a bird he has no intention of chasing. You take a moment, just a breath, and think about how many people pass through your forge each day. Not just with metal, with stories. You are the keeper of loose ends, the straightener of bends, the restorer of the nearly broken. Sometimes you wonder quietly, while folding rags or stirring coals, how many of these people remember you? Not just your name, but your presence, your silence, the way you listen without judgment, with your hands still busy, your eyes steady. You don't need fame, but a place in memory, that would be nice. By sundown, you've finished 5 orders, bandaged one finger, and retrieved Sir from a barrel he fell into entirely by choice. You're scrubbing soot from your arms when a cart pulls up. Big, loud, expensive. A herald jumps down and announces loudly that the royal inspector will be visiting next week to assess Smiths for a new contract. You blink. You're not sure what surprises you more, the idea that royalty remembers your village exists, or the fact that someone's paid a man just to shout this at people. The herald hands you a scroll, reminds you of the date, and then gallops off in a plume of mud. You sit down, scroll in hand. Sir climbs into your lap like he's worried you'll leave him for a fancier forge. You stroke his back. "I'm not going anywhere," you whisper, and you mean it. Because here, in this smoky, creaky, splintered shop, with its old tools and cracked windows and spoon-blessing monks, you've made something. Not just tools, but time, rhythm, a place where people arrive broken and leave a little less so. The anvil hums quietly behind you, still warm, still faithful, still ready for tomorrow. You've never worn silk. You imagine it feels like being wrapped in a sigh-soft, weightless, impractical. Silk doesn't belong in a forge. It would melt faster than your patience on market day. But that's exactly what the inspector wears. He arrives at dawn, flanked by 2 assistants who look terrified of everything, including your cat, who stares them down from the forge roof like a soot-dusted gargoyle. The inspector steps out of the carriage like it's a stage boot's shining cloak, billowing expression, carefully bored. He surveys your forge with the face of a man trying to smell something from across the room. "This is it," he says. You resist the urge to offer him the broom named Thomas. Instead, you nod and gesture toward your tools, your bench, your fire lit early today, in anticipation of this moment. He walks the space slowly, eyes the anvil, taps it once. Then he picks up your hammer without permission. You watch him grip it wrong, raise it awkwardly, and bring it down on a piece of scrap metal like a child punishing a loaf of bread. The sound is wrong. Even Sir flinches. You gently take the hammer back, pretending it's about safety. He nods, too proud to admit his wrist hurts. One assistant begins scribbling notes. You don't know what's being recorded. You imagine it says, "Forge smells like onions. Owner looks like he hasn't slept since the harvest. Cat judgmental. Anvil possibly sentient. They ask for a demonstration." Of course they do. So you forge a simple horseshoe, quick, efficient, clean lines. Nothing fancy. You let the rhythm speak. Let the hiss and clang carry their own truth. They watch in silence. When it's done, no one applauds, but the inspector does say, "Acceptable," which from someone in silk is practically a standing ovation. They leave in a cloud of dust scrolls and ambiguous approval. You stand alone again. Well, not quite. Sir hops down and headbutts your knee in what you take to be either comfort or hunger. You give him a piece of dried fish just in case. Later that day, you receive visitors of a different kind. First, it's Thomas the Miller, whose belt buckle has snapped in a manner most undignified. You fix it while he regales you with tales of wheat wind and the weather's ongoing betrayal. Then it's Gertrude, who needs a new lid hinge for her soup pot. Then 2 kids arguing over who bent the shared garden spade. Then a man you've never seen before who just wants to sit and warm his hands by your fire. You let him, because that's part of the job too. By evening, you're behind on commissions covered in soot and wondering what it means that the inspector didn't laugh or smile or seem to see the place at all. But then you find it, a spoon, not the monk's, one you carved years ago, rough, simple, charred at the handle. You keep it tucked behind a shelf wrapped in cloth that smells like rosemary and old wood. Sir finds it first, bats it once, then sits beside it, solemn. You pick it up, hold it in your hands, and remember, Romans believed objects could carry memory. A bowl, a cloak, a coin, a spoon. Not because the things were magical, but because they were held, shared, passed down. This one has been here through countless winters, through floods, shortages, births, celebrations, silences. You don't eat with it. You just hold it. And for a moment, you feel steadier. The inspector will write his report. The crown will choose its blacksmiths. Maybe it'll be you. Maybe it won't. But either way, tomorrow, the fire will need tending. The tools will need cleaning. The world will break in small ways, and you will fix it. One hinge, one latch, one spoon at a time. Sir purrs. The forge settles, and you breathe, because this is yours, not by royal decree, not by fame, but by rhythm. There are days when the forge feels like a chapel, not in the religious sense exactly, more in the way that everything quiets when the fire reaches the right temperature and the hammer starts to sing, and your hands forget their hands and just remember. They remember the weight of tongs, the flow of heat, the rhythm of shaping stubborn metal into something vaguely resembling purpose. Today is not one of those days. Today, everything goes wrong. It starts with the fire, too hot, then too cold, then somehow both at once. You suspect Sir may have knocked something into the bellows again. You check. He hasn't. He's asleep on the roof, utterly undisturbed by your suffering. You try to fix the temperature. You burn your thumb. Then you drop a newly shaped gate hinge directly into the bucket, where it cracks on a hidden stone. That's 2 orders behind, and it's not even mid-morning. You glance toward the window, half expecting the inspector to suddenly reappear just to frown at you again. But no, instead, it's your neighbor, Agnes. She walks in with her usual storm of energy and 3 iron pans clanging together in her arms. Don't ask what happened, she says. You don't. You take the pans. 2 are dented. One is missing a handle, and all of them smell vaguely like burnt onions and shame. She thanks you with a small jar of honey and the promise of a future pie. That helps a little. You set to work again. The anvil feels heavy today, not just in weight, but in presence. You strike wrong. The edge flakes. You fix it. Strike again, this time cleaner. You wonder briefly, rebelliously, what it might be like to do something else, something cleaner, something with chairs. Then you remember the time you tried to help at the bakery during a flour shortage. You caused a minor fire. They still bring it up. You hammer more carefully after that. By noon, the heat has fully settled in. Your shirt sticks to your back. Your boots feel like kettles. You pause for a sip of lukewarm water and glance toward the tin labeled someday. It's still there, still not full. You don't count. You just listen to the faint clink of coins as you slide one more inside. It's the sound of maybe, of not yet, of soon. That's enough for now. You're halfway through, patching a cracked bucket ring when a shadow appears in the doorway. It's Old Man Hob, the village's unofficial storyteller. His stories are at least 40% nonsense, 30% truth, and the rest is undecided. He sits, doesn't say anything for a while. Then quietly he begins. Did I ever tell you about the smith who outwitted the devil? You shake your head. This is a lie. You've heard this story 15 times. Still, you keep working as he tells it again. About the blacksmith who tricked the devil into fixing his own horseshoes. About the pact, the loophole, the final nail, driven into a door that no demon could pass. You smile, not at the tale, but at the way Hob tells it, as if smiths are half magician, half fool, and entirely necessary to the survival of the world. When he finishes, he hands you a small copper pendant. Found it in the stream, he says. Figured you'd like it. You accept it with the reverence of someone handed a relic. It's misshapen, water-worn, utterly useless. It's perfect. You tuck it beside your spoon because some things don't need to be useful. They just need to be yours. Evening comes eventually. You fix 2 of the 3 pans. One broke completely. You replaced it with a skillet you had tucked behind a crate from last winter's trade. You're covered in dust, exhausted, but not empty. Sir lands beside you with a thud, offers a slow blink of approval. You rest your back against the wall. The sky outside fades into blue-purple hush. You can hear someone singing nearby a lullaby, probably, or a love song, or both. The forge flickers low. You don't feel powerful, or important, or chosen. But you feel something, like the anvil itself is humming beneath your boots. Tired, faithful, endlessly ready. There's a strange thudding sound outside the forge this morning. Not the usual cartwheel wobble or the lazy clop of village horses. No, this is heavier, more urgent. You step into the morning haze and discover to your surprise and mild horror that the town's oxen have staged a minor revolt. Well, a stampede technically. 2 large muddy oxen barrel past the bakery trailing half a broken yoke, an entire sack of flour, and 1 deeply confused goose. You blink. Sir, perched on the roof, lets out a sound you haven't heard before, somewhere between yowl and what fresh nonsense is this? People run. People shout. Someone throws a turnip. The oxen, undeterred, crash through the village square, circle the well twice, and then miraculously come to a sudden peaceful halt. Right in front of your forge. One of them snorts. You nod as if this makes sense. And in a way it does, because their yoke is broken. Guess who's going to fix it? You fetch your tools. You're not surprised. Not anymore. A crowd has gathered, all pretending not to stare, but absolutely staring. You ignore them, crouch beside the splintered wood, and start work. The ox watches you the entire time with deep philosophical eyes, as if pondering the nature of labor and trust, or maybe just hoping you have snacks. Sir hops down and sits beside the beast, the 2 of them sharing a moment of mutual silent understanding. Humans are weird. You repair the yoke, bind the edges with thick nails, reinforce the center with a metal plate, and reattach the harness with a firm tug and a whispered, "Don't do this again." The ox grunts. You'll take that as a promise. With the oxen returned to their post and the goose presumably retracing its life choices, the crowd disperses. A few people clap. 1 child gives you a dandelion. You tuck it behind your ear. Why not? Back inside the forge feels calm again. Warm, steady. The air smells like hay smoke and the unmistakable spice of someone baking nearby. Maybe cinnamon, maybe cloves. You hope it's both. You begin work on a set of nails, boring precise essential, each one shaped by hand-cooled, aligned. You find yourself thinking again about oxen. People don't talk much about them, but oxen were the engine of the medieval world. Strong, slow, stubborn, reliable, like the blacksmith. You don't move fast. You don't shine like knights or preach like monks. But when things fall apart, yokes, locks, shoes, hope, they bring them to you, and you make them whole again. You hammer, slowly, gently. The bellows puff in time. The fire sighs. You remember that in some places, blacksmiths weren't allowed to be buried in churchyards, not because they were wicked, because they were sacred, touched by fire, set apart. People feared that kind of closeness to the elemental. You don't feel sacred, you feel soul. But still, you get it. Fire doesn't just burn, it purifies. It reveals what's hidden beneath the rust, beneath the weakness, like people. The day passes in tasks and quiet stories. A ring clasp, a window hinge, a bucket hoop. Nothing grand, but each one matters to someone. As evening comes, you're working on a new gate latch when a young couple arrives, hand in hand, nervous. They brought a piece of metal bent into the shape of a heart. It's uneven, wobbly, made with effort and not much skill. Can you make this into something we can keep? The young man asks, voice low. You nod. You don't say much. You just work. You straighten it, smooth the edges, add 2 little loops for a ribbon or a chain. Engrave the tiniest sunburst in the center. When you hand it back, the girl's eyes shimmer. They pay you with 3 coins and a small pouch of dried lavender. You keep the lavender. Tonight, the forge smells sweet. Sir curls beside the fire. You sip water, close your eyes, and listen to the night sounds. Crickets, footsteps, laughter from the square. The occasional clang of a dropped ladle, and beneath it all, the quiet, steady heartbeat of iron. You rest your head against the wall and think, the oxen stopped here. Of all places, you smile, because they knew. They always do. Sometimes a day begins too quietly, and when that happens, you know deep in your soot-stained bones that something strange is coming. The forge is still. The morning breeze is almost kind. The anvil hasn't yet spoken. Even Sir is silent, perched on the high beam like a gargoyle meditating on breakfast. You check the fire. It needs nothing. You glance at the workbench. Everything is oddly complete. This should be comforting. It is not. You're about to sit down with your carving chisel, maybe work on that tiny decorative hinge you keep putting off when there's a knock at the door. 3 short taps, then silence. You open the door and find no one, well, almost no one. On your doorstep is a pot, a bean pot. Not new, not special, just very, very out of place. You pick it up puzzled. It's warm. Inside a few dry beans, a spoon, and a note written in careful looping script. Thank you for the fire. No name, no explanation, just that. You glance down the road. Empty. You glance up at Sir. He blinks once slowly, then resumes ignoring you. You bring the pot inside, place it on the bench, and stare at it like it might offer a second line of clarification. It does not. So naturally, you spend the rest of the morning investigating. You ask around discreetly. The baker says no one's come by with beans. The candle maker shrugs and offers you a spare candle in case the beans turn out haunted. You check with Old Man Hob, who declares it's probably a witch, and proceeds to tell you 3 unrelated stories involving goat's thunder and a woman named Marjorie, who may or may not be a cloud. You return to the forge slightly less informed, but you keep the pot because why not? You scrub it, polish the brass rim, repair a chip in the handle. As you do, something odd happens. You feel calmer. The day moves with gentleness. The work is steady, not frantic. Customers trickle in with soft voices and small requests, a worn horseshoe, a tin ladle's dent, a loose handle on a kettle. You fix them all, and in between, you find yourself thinking about the spoon in the bean pot. It's carved from elderwood. Simple, worn smooth by time and hands and memory. A little like your own favorite spoon, the one you keep wrapped behind the shelf. You place them side by side. They look like they've known each other for years, and maybe in some strange way, they have. The afternoon fades into evening with a hush that feels sacred. No children yelling, no merchants arguing over cabbage prices, just the soft sigh of the bellows and the occasional crackle of the coals. You sit, Sir joins you, and for the first time in a while, you do nothing. Not rest, not chores, just stillness. You think about all the things that pass through your forge locks, hinges, hopes, horseshoe secrets, and now, beans. You wonder who left them and why. You wonder if it matters. Probably not, but also probably yes, because someone somewhere thought of you, not for a task, not for a tool, but for warmth. And that is worth more than any coin in the someday tin. Later, as you're closing up, you notice something else. A small smear of orange near the edge of the doorway. Paint, fabric dye. You lean down and find a single sandal. Delicate, dusty, too fine for this village. Beside it, tucked under the edge of the step, is a fig. Not just a fig, a perfect fig. Sweet ripe and completely out of season. You sit down slowly, bean pot in one hand, fig in the other. Sir hops into your lap, and you whisper to no one in particular. Well, I wasn't expecting a mystery today. The anvil doesn't answer, but it does seem a little more amused than usual. The fig is gone now, not because it disappeared mysteriously in the night. Nothing so dramatic. You ate it, slowly, by candlelight. With Sir watching like he expected you to offer him a piece, you did. He declined, offended probably that it didn't taste like fish. And now this morning, you sit at your workbench with the empty stem on one side, the bean pot on the other, and the quiet, creeping sensation that you're being watched, not in a threatening way, just observed. Like the forge itself is wondering what you'll do next. You stare at the sandal for a while. It's still sitting on the step where you left it. No one's come back for it. No one's asked around. No wandering traveler limping into town. No orange-robed stranger claiming lost property. Just that flash of paint, that fig, that spoon. You try to go about your day. You really do. You hammer out a set of nails. You mend a bucket. You repoint the tip of an old iron poker that somehow melted into the hearthstone of the inn. You do the things you always do, but your mind keeps wandering back to the pot and to the question that's been tickling the back of your thoughts like a feather dipped in mystery. What fire did they mean? Thank you for the fire, not for the hinge not for the fix, for the fire. And suddenly, you remember something else, a detail, small, forgettable. Unless you're someone who listens for patterns in hammer blows and finds meaning in bent spoons. It was a few nights ago. Late, you were closing the shutters when you saw a flicker of orange near the edge of the trees. Not torchlight, not flame, cloth, a cloak maybe, slipping between branches, gone before you could be sure it was there at all. You dismissed it at the time. But now you're not so sure. You clean your tools with more attention than usual. You rearrange the shelf where your spoons live, and you start a small fire not in the forge, but in the brazier by the door, a quiet one, meant for warmth, not work. Sir curls beside it immediately. You place the bean pot next to him, just in case. The rest of the day hums along like a familiar song. A broken chair leg from the scribe, a cracked belt buckle from the baker's nephew, a quiet visit from the midwife who says nothing but presses a warm hand to your shoulder before she leaves. You fix things, you warm things, you listen. That night, just before you douse the last flame, something catches your eye on the step. Where the sandal was, now there are two, perfectly matched, clean, tied with a red thread, no fig this time, no note, just sandals, and a line drawn in chalk along your doorway. Not a word, not a symbol you recognize, just a gentle arc, like a half smile. You don't step over it, not yet. You sit. You hold the spoon again, and something settles in your chest. You may never know who left the pot, or the fig, or what kind of fire they meant. But here's what you do know. There are people who see what you do, not just the hammer and heat, not just the nails and hinges, but the warmth, the place, the way the forge holds space for more than metal. It holds memory and kindness, and people who don't have anywhere else to go. You'll keep lighting the fire because someone might need it, even if they never knock, even if they only ever leave sandals and spoons. Sir purrs softly. You close the shutters, and the forge dreams with you. This morning the forge smells like sage, not smoke, not soot, not the usual damp leather or faintly burnt oatcake. Sage. It drifts in on the breeze, curling through the shutters like an old story returning for its next chapter. You follow the scent outside, half expecting to find someone burning herbs at your doorstep. But there's nothing. Just dew on the grass, a sky still trying to decide if it's going to rain, and Sir stretched across your workbench like a living puddle of judgment. You go back inside. The sage lingers. It's not unpleasant, just unexpected. Much like everything this week, you stare at the two sandals by the door. They are still there, untouched, still tied with that thin red thread, as if they're waiting for someone, or maybe something, to return for them. You've thought about moving them, but you haven't, because they don't feel abandoned. They feel placed, on purpose. You light the fire slowly today, not for a specific task, just because it feels right. The flame catches with a quiet whoosh, casting dancing shadows across the walls. You swear one of them looks like a figure in a long robe. You blink, it's gone. Sir doesn't react, which honestly makes you more nervous. You busy yourself with small tasks, filing, sorting, brushing bits of metal into piles that don't need organizing. You find a piece of tin you forgot about, You bend it into a loop. You don't know why. It just feels good to make something round, whole. The first visitor arrives mid-morning. It's the traveling tinker. You only see him twice a year, and he always brings the same three things: a bag of broken things he swears just need love, a story that might be true, and a hat shaped like a question mark. Today, his story involves a goose, a bridge, and a lute that caught fire. You don't ask questions. He pays in walnuts. The next customer is Odette, the school teacher. She needs the clasp on her ledger box fixed. She also needs to tell someone that her students drew a picture of you in class last week. You brace yourself. It was mostly accurate, she says, trying not to smile. You do not ask for details. You absolutely will later. After she leaves, the forge grows quiet again. You step outside for air. The sage smell is stronger now, and something else, rosemary thyme. You turn, and there, at the edge of the trees, is a figure, orange robe, barefoot, watching. You don't move, neither do they. It's not threatening, not haunting, just there. You raise a hand. They tilt their head. Then, without a sound, they vanish into the forest. No footprints, no broken twigs, just absence. You walk back inside heart, tapping like a chisel on iron. The sandals are still there. You sit beside them, and for the first time, you speak to the empty space in the room. I don't know who you are, you say softly, but I'm still here. Sir yawns loudly, ruining the moment. You forgive him. Evening comes gently. Someone leaves a basket of apples on the step. You eat two. One for you, one for the mystery. You place the core in the bean pot. Why not? It feels like the kind of thing you do in a story. As the fire fades, you glance once more at the sandals, and you smile, because whether they're magic memory or just well-made shoes, they remind you of something important. You're not forgotten, not by the people who need you, not by the quiet watchers in orange robes, not by the fire that still waits for your hands every morning. You light it, you tend it, you offer it freely. And that, in the end, might be all that really matters. It rains today, not a gentle drizzle, not the soft kind that smells like moss and forgiveness. No, this is medieval rain, biblical, horizontal, loud enough to drown out your thoughts and heavy enough to turn the road into soup. You know because you stepped in it twice. The first time was accidental. The second was defiance. Sir, of course, refuses to leave the forge. He's wedged himself into the rafter above the anvil, just out of reach, wearing the expression of a creature who knew this weather was coming and tried to warn you. He didn't, but he'll act like he did. You light the forge early, partly for warmth, mostly for comfort. There's no one out yet. No footsteps, no carts. Just the rain hammering the roof like an angry baker kneading dough. You sit beside the fire and stare at the sandals. Still there, still tied. You finally move them. Not far, just onto the shelf beside the spoon and the chalk line. They deserve better than a puddle. The day begins slowly. No work yet. You take the time to polish tools that didn't ask for it. You talk to the broom. Thomas says nothing as usual. You watch the flames rise and fall like breath. You think about fire again, about how it always changes, always consumes, and yet somehow always comforts. You remember when you were an apprentice, barely able to lift the smallest hammer. You burned everything, bent everything. Your master never yelled. He just watched. Then one day, without a word, he handed you the big hammer, the one you still use now. You never ask why. You still don't know. But you feel the answer in your wrists every day. By mid-morning, someone does arrive, sopping wet, shivering, wrapped in a cloak that once might have been green. It's not someone you recognize. He doesn't speak, just holds out a knife cracked clean across the middle. You take it. He sits by the door, steaming slightly. You don't ask questions. You heat the forge hotter than usual. Metal softens. The blade takes shape, stronger than before. When you return it, the man doesn't smile. He just bows, a deep, formal gesture. Then he leaves. You find a coin on the bench afterward. Gold, real gold. You stare at it for a long time. Then you tuck it into the tin mark someday. You don't count it. Not yet. The rain eases by afternoon. More villagers trickle in wet boots, wet coats, wet moods. You fix umbrellas. You fix the latch on the milled door. You fix a teapot handle and 3 bent curtain rods, none of which belong to the same house. You begin to feel like the weather's blacksmith restoring dignity to objects water tried to drown. Late in the day, someone asks about the sandals. It's a child, maybe 7 or 8. He stares at them like he recognizes something, then asks softly, "Did she leave them here?" You crouch down. "Who?" He shrugs. "The one in orange. She gave me a fig once, said it came from a tree that didn't bloom." You don't press. You just nod. The boy thanks you and runs off before the rain returns. You add the story to the growing pile. Spoons, sandals, figs, orange robes, chalk arcs, and now gold. You don't understand it, but you don't need to. Not really. You just need to keep the fire going, because somehow the forge has become more than a place for metal. It's become a signal, a light in the fog, a hearth for people who need something, even if they don't know what. As night falls, you place another log on the fire. You sweep the floor slowly. Sir stretches and hops down, circles your boots, once then curls up by the door. Outside, the rain starts again. But inside is warm. Inside is waiting. And you are here, still, always. You start the morning by counting the tools, not because anything is missing, just because it calms you. There's something comforting about a hammer exactly where you left it, a file resting on its hook, the way your favorite tongs lean ever so slightly to the left, worn in like an old friend's smile. Even Thomas the broom is standing tall today. Sir, on the other hand, has wedged himself into a basket meant for nails. He seems deeply unimpressed with your inventory ritual. You suspect he's trying to protest something, possibly the lack of sardines. You move on to the fire. It wakes easily today. No complaints. Just a quiet whoosh and a glow that spreads like butter across fresh bread. You feed it slowly. The coals respond with gratitude. You don't have a long task list today, which means you'll be very busy. That's how it always goes. Sure enough, just as you're hanging the tongs to warm the bell rings, it's not the usual clang. It's hesitant. You open the door to find a man in traveling clothes, soaked at the edges with a parcel under one arm and a scroll in the other. He doesn't introduce himself. He just says, "I was told you would understand." He unwraps the parcel. Inside, a broken signet ring, old, worn, bent beyond recognition, and next to it, a scrap of parchment with a symbol drawn in charcoal, an arc, just like the chalk line someone left at your door. You inhale, not sharply, just enough to notice your heartbeat. The man doesn't wait for your questions. He places the items on the bench, nods once, and walks away. You're alone again, except you're not. Sir shifts in his basket watching. The fire pops softly. You pick up the ring. It's heavier than it looks. You set to work, not with fire at first, but with patience. You clean the dirt from its grooves. You smooth the jagged edges. You test its weight, its balance, its stubbornness. Then you heat it. Not too much, just enough. The metal responds slowly, like it's waking from a long sleep. You reshape it carefully. You don't add anything. You don't subtract. You just help it remember its shape. When you finish, it's still old, still weathered, but somehow whole again. You set it beside the sandals. They look like they belong together. The rest of the day comes in waves. A cart axle, a shutter latch, a girl's bracelet clasp. Every task feels connected now, as if everything that breaks is really just waiting to return to itself. Mid-afternoon, you take a break. You sit by the window with a cup of something warm and vaguely herbal. You're not sure what it is. The tinker left it behind. You're drinking it anyway, and you think about rings, about circles, about how your life has quietly become one. Every morning, the same fire. Every evening, the same sweep. And in between stories, bent, twisted, left at your doorstep. You do not write them. You do not end them. You just hold them long enough to make them solid again. And that might be enough. As night falls, you hang the ring on a small hook by the door. You don't know if anyone will come back for it, but you're keeping it safe. Sir stretches and lands gracefully beside it as if guarding something sacred. The fire burns low. The tools rest in their places, and you breathe deep, and you sleep, because tomorrow there will be more stories to hold. Tall, rust-colored things with branches that clang in the wind. Their leaves are curled spoons. Their roots are tongs. And hanging from every branch is a softly glowing lantern, each one stamped with a different symbol you almost but not quite recognize. In the dream, you walk among them. Your hammer is in your hand, not because you're building, because you're listening. The trees hum. You wake up to the smell of ash and lavender, not unusual these days. Sir is already awake, sitting beside the sandals with that particular look that says, you missed something important while you were sleeping. He's probably right. You stretch, yawn, and pad barefoot across the cool floor. Morning light slices through the shutters in perfect golden beams. The forge hasn't been lit yet, but the air already feels warm. You light it anyway, because it's not just about heat. It's about rhythm, about greeting the day with fire the way a monk might strike a bell. And today the bell rings true. You check the ring hanging by the door. Still there, still catching the morning light in just the right way. You check the spoon, still wrapped, still waiting. You glance at the sandals. They've shifted slightly. You're sure of it. No one moved them. Not you, not sir. But they're tilted now just barely toward the bench. You take that as permission. Today's first task is simple, a kettle hook. The second, less simple, a weather vane snapped by last night's wind. The third is a riddle. A woman enters the forge. Her cloak is brown. Her shoes are worn. Her eyes are old in the way that mountains are old, still heavy, quietly watching everything. She places a box on the table, doesn't say a word. You open it slowly. Inside a folded piece of fabric, the color of embers. Beneath it, a stone, perfectly smooth, deep green, almost black. You look up. She nods once, then walks out. No payment, no request, just the stone. You sit with it for a while. It's cold, heavy. It feels like it shouldn't be here, and yet also like it's always belonged. You don't try to shape it, not yet. You place it beside the ring. The forge crackles. Sir yawns. Outside, the sky shifts between sun and something else, clouds maybe, or something heavier. You work through the day, but it's the kind of work that doesn't demand thought. You fix a cracked bucket rim. You straighten a tin comb. You polish the decorative clasp from the innkeeper's best cloak. And all the while, you think about that stone, where it came from, what it means. You don't know, but you don't feel the need to explain it. It's like everything else that's been left for you lately. It's not about answers. It's about presence, about trust. Someone trusted you with it. That's enough. As the sun dips behind the trees, you light a second candle. You never used to. One was always enough. But now the second stays by the door for whoever or whatever. You don't question it anymore. That night, you sit by the fire spoon in one hand, green stone in the other. Sir curls around your feet like a ring, and you think, not for the first time, that maybe you are no longer just a blacksmith. Maybe you're a keeper of things too small to be seen. Maybe you're a hinge between stories. Maybe this forge is no longer just a place for metal. Maybe it's a lantern, one that stays lit even when no one asks for it. And that quietly feels like enough. The letter arrives in silence. No knock, no courier, no creak of the door. You find it resting on your workbench, tucked neatly between your file and the tin of nails. The parchment is smooth. The ink still faintly damp. You scan the forge instinctively, roof corner's doorway. Nothing. Sir is perched on a high beam eye's half-closed tail, flicking lazily. If someone did drop off the letter, he's either sworn to secrecy or deeply unimpressed. You pick it up. No seal. Just a short, careful message, written in looping script. When the moon is full, leave the ring and the sandals by the old stone. You read it twice, then once more. You don't know what old stone they mean, but you have a guess. There's one near the tree line, shaped like a seated bear worn down by time and moss and village children climbing it for decades. It's just far enough out of town to feel forgotten, just close enough to still matter. You tuck the letter into your apron and glance at the shelf. The ring is still there. The sandals, too. You feel no fear, just curiosity and a quiet sense of being invited. The forge breathes with you today. The fire starts with one spark. The bellows feel light. The hammer hums on the anvil like it knows something you don't. You work without rush. A bent gate bolt, a cracked chisel. A merchant from 3 towns over who heard you were the one who fixed a teapot and a heart in the same afternoon. He doesn't explain what he means. You don't ask. By mid-afternoon, someone brings you a lock, old, rusted, ornate. They don't know what it opens. It was in the attic, they say. We thought Maybe you'd know what to do with it. You don't. But you clean it anyway. Oil the gears. Nudge the mechanism back to life. And when it finally clicks open, you find a single scrap of fabric inside. Orange. You place it beside the green stone. Sir sniffs it, paws it once, approves. You decide to visit the stone early, just to look, just to know. You leave the forge in Sir's capable disinterest and walk through the trees as the sun leans low. The path is soft underfoot. Birds make small non-committal noises. When you reach the old stone, it's exactly as you remember. Rounded, patient, covered in moss like a comfortable blanket. You sit beside it for a while. Say nothing, just listen. The wind moves gently through the leaves as if whispering instructions too old to translate. You don't stay long. You leave a small nail in the grass, a placeholder, a promise. You return to the forge, to the fire, to the spoon. And when night falls, you feel a new kind of readiness, not expectation, not purpose, just openness. Sir hops onto your lap and promptly falls asleep. You stay there longer than usual, watching the embers, feeling the quiet shift in the room like a page turning. You are not sure what the next chapter holds, but you know this. You'll meet it with open hands, with fire, with tools ready, and a lantern lit. The moon is full, not just full bright. It hangs in the sky like a silver coin too clean to spend. The clouds avoid it. The stars keep their distance. Even the trees seem to lean back as if giving it space to speak. You wake before dawn. Not because you planned to, because something nudged you. Not a sound, not a dream. Just a quiet awareness tonight is the night. Sir is already awake, watching the sandals. You don't ask him why. You know you light the forge, not because you need it for work, but because it feels wrong not to. The fire flares, gently, warmly. It knows what tonight is, too. You spend the morning doing ordinary things with sacred intention. You repair a rake. You mend a pair of cracked spectacles with a wire so fine it feels like sewing with iron thread. You fix a small bell that has forgotten how to ring. You speak little. People seem to understand. By midday, the forge smells like rosemary again. You don't question it anymore. You place the sandals in a cloth bundle. You wrap the ring in the softest rag you can find. You add the scrap of orange fabric, and at the last moment, you tuck in the spoon. It feels like it belongs. Sir watches you silently. Then, surprisingly, he jumps down from the rafters and sits beside the bundle, as if waiting, as if coming. You pause. You've never taken Sir beyond the village. He's not the sort to wander. But tonight is different. You close the forge, not just the shutters. You bank the fire. You sweep the floor. You hang every tool with care. And then, just before leaving, you set a single lit candle in the window, a lantern, in case anyone else needs it. You walk slowly through the trees. Sir pads beside you. The moon paints everything silver. When you reach the old stone, it's already glowing faintly moonlight, pooled across its surface like a blessing. You place the bundle down gently, then sit beside it. Sir curls against your leg, and together you wait. Nothing happens for a long time. Then a flicker, a shift in the air. A figure steps from the trees. Not sudden, not dramatic, just there. Orange robe. Barefoot, face hidden beneath a hood, but the shape unmistakably human. They kneel beside the bundle, touch the ring, the sandals, the spoon. Their fingers pause over the cloth. Then slowly they place a hand on the stone. You don't speak, but inside your chest something opens. A door you didn't know was there. A memory you haven't lived yet. The figure turns toward you, and though you can't see their face, you feel them smile. A warmth, not of fire, but of being seen. Then they vanish. No flash, no smoke, just absence. You don't move. Neither does Sir. You sit beside the stone until the moon begins to lower and the sky turns the color of cold iron. Then quietly you rise. There's nothing left on the stone, but your heart feels heavier, not in grief, in fullness. You walk back with Sir close behind, tail flicking like a soft metronome. When you reach the forge, the candle is still burning. You unlock the door, relight the fire, hang your cloak, and as you begin sweeping the floor, you notice something. A tiny mark carved into the edge of your workbench. A symbol, a half arc, a circle beneath it, and a spoon. You touch it gently, then smile, because now you understand. You were never just fixing things. You were holding them, carrying them, keeping them safe until the right hands returned. And now it's your turn to keep the fire burning for whoever comes next. The forge feels different now. Not louder, not brighter, just deeper. As if the walls remember something you've forgotten. As if the anvil holds secrets. It's only just decided you're old enough to hear, though, of course. It won't speak them aloud. It's still an anvil. You go about your morning like always. Fire, bellows, tools. Sir supervises from his perched tail, flicking in time with each hammer stroke. But today, there's a hum beneath everything. A low, invisible thread running through your breath, your clangs, your sighs. People arrive, as they always do. The baker with a bent pan. The farmer with a broken gate hook. A child with a wooden spinning top and a heartbreaking question. Can you fix joy? You can. You do. You fix things with metal, yes. But you're starting to understand you've also been mending something softer. Hope. They don't just come with things that are broken, they come because this place restores. Not just objects, but spaces, stories, spirits. Even the weather seems to agree. The breeze is cool, but kind. The sun filters through the shutters like it knows not to overstay. You finish early, which never happens. You look around the forge and think for once, maybe I'll just take a moment. So you sit outside on the bench with a cup of whatever herbal blend the midwife left behind, still not tea, still oddly soothing, and you breathe. The village is quiet. Even the goats seem well behaved. And just as you begin to think this might be an ordinary day after all, you hear it. A bell, not your forge bell, a hand bell, distant, soft, measured. You rise. Sir lifts his head. You follow the sound. Not far, just past the bend near the old well, there at the edge of the green stands a figure in pale robes. Not orange, not hooded, just simple linen, clean, unassuming. They hold a bell in one hand, and in the other, a lantern, unlit. They don't speak. They simply nod and hand you the lantern. Iron and glass, old and new. Stamped at the top is a mark you know. Now the spoon, the arc, the circle. You nod in return. No words, just an understanding. You carry it back to the forge. Sir walks ahead, tail held high like approval in motion. You hang the lantern by the door, and as the sky begins to slip toward dusk, you light it, not with matches, with a coal from the forge. It burns softly, steadily. That night, you sit beside the fire. You think of all the things you never asked for. The fig, the ring, the spoon, the sandals, the stories, and now the lantern. You never sought any of it, but it came like a tide, like trust, like you were chosen for something quiet and ancient and necessary. You stroke Sir's fur. He rumbles softly. Outside, the lantern glows, a small, steady star. You lean back, close your eyes, and let it shine for whoever is lost, for whoever remembers, for whoever still believes broken things deserve light. It's the quiet that wakes you, not a noise, not a storm, just that thick, uncanny stillness, the kind that presses against your ears like wool and makes you wonder what you've missed. You rise slowly, blanket falling to your ankles. Sir is already sitting by the door, eyes wide, tail perfectly still. You follow his gaze. The forge is lit, but you didn't light it. The fire burns low and calm, as if someone has been tending it gently for hours. The bellows are still warm. The tools are clean. There's no sign of anyone. But there's a loaf of fresh bread on the bench, still warm, wrapped in cloth, stamped with a pattern you recognize but can't quite name. A spiral, a leaf, a spoon. You slice it open. Inside is a fig. You don't laugh, but something in your chest glows. You make tea, real tea this time, a gift from the trader last spring, and sit in the doorway, bread in one hand, mug in the other. The lantern sways gently outside. A moth dances near the flame, and for a while there's nothing to do but enjoy it. Later, the village stirs. A few early risers pass by. They wave. Some smile at the lantern. Others glance at it curiously, as if it's always been there, part of the forge, like the anvil or Thomas the broom. You get back to work. Today's tasks are all small. Fixing a lock pin, replacing the handle on a butter churn, mending the hinge on a child's toy chest. But each one comes with something extra, a story, a memory, a question. One man asks, "Did your father work this forge?" No, he didn't. But you tell him how the forge found you, how it whispered in your bones until you couldn't do anything else. A woman brings a broken buckle and leaves behind a letter addressed to no one. Just in case it needs a place to rest, she says. You tuck it into the drawer beside the spoon. Sir naps through most of it, waking only to knock over a box of nails and pretend it was your fault. The fire hums. The lantern glows, even in daylight. And somewhere around mid-afternoon, you realize you haven't thought about time in hours. Not in the usual way, not like a ticking clock, more like a current carrying you softly toward something. At dusk, someone leaves a bundle at your door, wrapped in red twine. Inside a piece of blacksmith's charcoal, carved into a spiral, a stone with a hole worn through its center, and a single phrase written in gold ink. When it's your turn to leave, you'll know. You sit with that for a while. What would it mean to leave? To pass the forge to someone else? To let go of the hammer, the bellows, the morning bread? You don't know, but the thought no longer frightens you, because this place is no longer just yours. It belongs to everyone who left something here, to everyone who was warmed by the fire, to everyone who saw the lantern and felt less alone. That night, you sit beneath the open sky. No roof, no anvil, no walls, just stars, just the wind, just Sir curled beside you, a soft weight of knowing. You hold the stone with the hole in it, look through it, see nothing, then everything, then nothing again, and you smile because you'll know when it's time. Until then, you'll keep the fire lit, you'll fix what can be fixed, you'll hold what others let go, and the forge will keep breathing with you, like always, like forever. You find the door slightly ajar this morning, not kicked open, not broken, just open, as if someone came in, looked around, and decided to leave things as they were. The forge is untouched. The tools are in place. The spoon sits patiently in its cloth. And Sir, of course, is asleep in the coal bucket again because, of course, he is. You close the door gently, lock it, just in case, then light the fire. It catches on the first try. Today's tasks begin before breakfast. The weaver's shuttle has cracked. The shoemaker's rivets are loose. The innkeeper's new sign has a bent bracket. You work quietly, carefully. People bring you things they care about. They always have. But now they leave more than tools. A scrap of fabric, a pressed flower, a small wooden token etched with a crescent moon, a poem with no name at the bottom, folded into the shape of a fox. You've stopped asking why. You just open the drawer beneath the bench, the one that used to hold scraps and bent nails, and place each new gift inside. It has become a kind of shrine, not to any god, you know, but to the idea that broken things can be trusted here. That maybe mending is a kind of worship. Midday brings someone unexpected, a child you've never seen before. He's holding a pot, a bean pot, not your bean pot, a different one, smaller, chenille, inside nothing. He looks up at you solemn. She said this belongs here, he whispers. You nod, because of course it does. You take it, polish it, place it next to the spoon. Sir hops up and bats the lid once. Approved. The child lingers a moment, then hands you something else, a smooth, flat stone with a thumbprint pressed deep into the center. Is it magic? He asks. You smile, only if you remember where it came from. He nods and runs off. That night, the forge is full of shadows, not ominous, just curious. You feel them moving like questions in the corners of the room, not haunting, not hiding, just there, watching you the way a forest watches a single flame. You light the lantern anyway, because that's what you do. And in its glow, the shadows settle. They do not leave, but they soften. And somewhere in that hush, you hear it again. The anvil, not ringing, just breathing, as if to say, we're still here. You sweep the floor. You bank the fire. You lay the hammer down like a child being tucked into bed. And just before you turn in, you whisper, not yet, but soon, because you feel it now. The slow turning, the shift, the story leaning gently toward its end. You're not afraid, but you are awake. You wake before the sun, before the chickens, before, sir, before even the fire. And for the first time in a long time, you don't light it right away. You sit in the dark and listen to the wind scratching at the shutters, to the soft creak of the rafters, to the quiet hum of a forge that knows This is the last morning. You're not sad, not exactly. But there's a heaviness in your chest, the good kind, the kind that comes from having carried something for a long time and knowing you can finally set it down. You rise slowly, wrap your apron around your waist one last time, and open the door. The world outside is still, the grass silver with dew, the sky a pale promise. And there, in front of the forge, waiting as if they've always been part of the path, are three people. One is the child with the thumbstone. One is the woman in orange. And one is someone you don't know, but who clearly knows you. They don't speak. They just nod. The child holds out the bean pot. The woman holds a lantern. Your lantern, but it's different now. Taller, brighter, made of something you didn't forge. And the third, they hold out a hand, not demanding, just offering. You don't take it yet. Instead, you turn back inside. Sir is sitting by the anvil. Beside him is a new broom, not Thomas, a fresh one, clean straw, polished handle. You nod. He blinks, and without instruction, he hops up onto the bench, his bench now, and curls into the shape of a perfect question mark. You sweep the forge one final time. You wipe down the anvil. You hang the hammer. You wrap the spoon in cloth, and you place it in the child's hands. They take it gently, like they already know it isn't just a spoon. You step outside. The air smells like sage and firewood and stories you've forgotten but are somehow still a part of. You close the door behind you, but you don't lock it. You leave the lantern burning for the next one, for the lost, for the tired, for the ones who carry bent things in quiet hands. And as you take the stranger's hand, stepping onto the path you somehow always knew you'd walk, you smile, because this was never really a forge. It was a hearth, a home, a place where broken things could breathe. And now it's someone else's turn. You don't look back. You don't need to. The fire will remember you. It always does. Shoo, you've made it to the end. The anvil rests now. The fire sighs low, warm, but no longer hungry. The tools sleep. The floor is swept, and the lantern glows softly at the edge of everything. Its light no longer a beacon, but a memory, a gentle hum, a heartbeat in iron and ash. And you're still here, listening, breathing, remembering the weight of the hammer in your palm, the way stories slipped through the forge like smoke, the scent of rosemary, old parchment, and bread too warm to wait for. You held so many things, not just nails and hinges and broken spoons. You held grief. You held time. You held strangers' hopes in your blistered hands and never once let them fall. And now you rest, not in silence, but in stillness, not in shadow, but in softness, because someone will come. They always do. They'll see the fire, the spoon, the mark on the bench. They'll sweep the floor like you did. They'll light the forge like you taught it. And they'll carry the stories forward one careful tap at a time. But for now, close your eyes. Let the forge fade. Let the night gather you in like a worn wool cloak. You've done enough. You are enough. And the world full of broken things is just a little more whole because of you. That's the story for tonight. May your dreams be filled with wonder and peace. Hey friends, tonight, let's explore the quiet lessons hidden in history, the ones you won't find in textbooks, but in the rhythms of daily life long ago. Let's take it slow tonight. You probably wouldn't last a day. If you're still awake and still with me, maybe give that like button a gentle tap and subscribe if you'd like to come back for more sleepy wanderings. You open your eyes in the soft half-light of dawn as the first rays of sunlight kiss the pristine white marble atop the Acropolis. The Athenian morning air is cool, carrying the faint scent of wild herbs clinging to the steps that lead up to the Parthenon. Sparrows chatter on sunlit wooden shutters, their song a gentle chorus welcoming the new day. Below you, the city stirs awake. Terracotta roofs glow warm under the rising sun. Kites drift lazily overhead, and the soft click of pottery-laden carts echoes as they return from the nearby kilns. Each cobblestone underfoot presses gently against your sandals, a reminder that ancient Greeks designed their streets with care, weaving through the hills of Attica. You inhale deeply, tasting the crisp air tinged with a faint wisp of incense smoke from early morning offerings. Household priests have already lit charcoal braziers to burn frankincense and myrrh, part of the common morning ritual the Proemian believed to protect the city and bring peace to its citizens. But don't let those solemn rites distract you from the odd little details. Each dawn, local craftsmen scatter crushed oyster shells along the Acropolis steps to prevent slipping a folk trick seldom recorded in history books, but one that turns every footstep into a soft rustle like walking on fine sand. You make your way down the gentle slope into the winding lanes of Plaka, hearing the whisper of leather sandals on cool stone. The smell of warm, dark bread drifts from a small bakery, loaves baked in a wood-fired oven. Overnight, their crusts coated in a thin layer of ash to retain heat. The baker, wearing a coarse linen apron, tips the remaining dough aside and taps the wooden trough firmly, an old trick to deflate excess air bubbles and avoid hollow interiors known only to a few veteran bakers. The typical breakfast for ordinary Athenians is simple dark bread, aged goat cheese, and a bowl of honey-sweetened yogurt. You break off a piece of bread crispy on the outside, tender within, and swipe it through a chunk of tangy cheese. The saltiness balances the honey's sweetness in your mouth. You wonder, did any Athenian ever mix crushed basil into their dough for extra aroma, as Byzantine farmers would centuries later? You inhale the yogurt's faint tang and creamy richness, spooning it slowly. This modest meal provided enough calories for a long day, but scholars still debate whether a carbohydrate-heavy diet left citizens short on energy, or if the protein and probiotics in cheese and yogurt made up the difference in nourishment. Stepping into a nearby square, you spot children tossing pottery lids in a playful game, a rough precursor to the Dionysian festival's tossing rituals. The clatter of clay striking clay creates a cheerful rhythm accompanied by the children's giggles. You can't help but wonder, could this innocent pastime have inspired the musical patterns of Dionysian celebrations? Sunlight filters through olive branches overhead, casting dappled patterns on stone walls as you pass the temple of Athena Nike. The shrine feels like a vigilant sentinel watching over craftsmen, philosophers, and school children alike. Some say that lightly brushing against the carved marble fragments underfoot brings good luck, a local custom that modern visitors still follow in hopes of a fortunate day. Before leaving the hilltop, you pause to run your fingers over a relief of a dove, the symbol of Athena, its cool stone smooth beneath your touch. For a moment, you listen to Athens' waking, distant hammering. At a stonemasonry workshop, morning greetings exchanged by carpenters, and the soft rush of the Aegean on the far-off docks of Piraeus. A quiet introduction to the day's tapestry, reminding you that ancient life was as rich and immediate as your own breath. You tread down a narrow side street as morning light spills between shuttered doorways, carrying the faint haze of charcoal smoke and the distant clatter of marketplace stalls preparing for business. The aroma of barley porridge simmers over small hearths, mingling with the scent of dried figs stacked in woven baskets. This humble porridge, or kratharaki, is the staple breakfast of Athenian commoners, simple barley grains boiled until soft, often sweetened with a drizzle of honey or a handful of chopped dates. This everyday porridge provides much-needed energy at dawn. Barley's high fiber and protein content fuel farm laborers and artisans alike, sustaining them through long hours of sweat and toil. You taste a spoonful, the grains yield tenderly beneath your spoon their mild nuttiness, rounded by the honey's floral sweetness. It's a comforting warmth enough to steady your senses for the morning ahead. But don't let that straightforward porridge fool you into thinking breakfasts lack surprises. Some households add a pinch of crushed laurel leaves, yes, the same bay laurel that lines the Acropolis slopes, to the boiling porridge. The result is a subtle piney note that enlivens each bite, and legend says wards off stomach cramps on colder days, a folk remedy rarely mentioned in classical cookbooks. As you stroll toward the agora, the city's central marketplace, you hear vendors untying ropes and displaying amphorae of olive oil, sacks of chickpeas, and trays of small fish anchovies, sardines, and the occasional prized mullet. The agora, a hub of commerce and conversation, hums with life. Geese cluck in pens, gray pigeons coo near temple steps, and the muffled thud of leather-soled sandals against limestone creates a soft, syncopated rhythm. The Athenian agora isn't just a market, it serves as the city's civic heart. Here, citizens buy supplies, hear decrees announced from the Bouleuterian, and exchange ideas. Debates on philosophy, politics, and poetry drift through the columns of nearby stores, blending commerce with civic discourse in a seamless tapestry of public life. You approach a stall where a potter shapes fresh clay into tiny kylikes, wine cups spinning mud on a foot-powered wheel. Each vessel bears thousands of fine grooves, guiding your fingertips across ridges that will one day cradle red wine or the barley-based kikion. The potter's skilled hands coax the clay into perfect symmetry, then carve a simple palmette motif around the rim, an emblem of local style. Once dried, these cups will be painted, fired, and readied for symposiums. Behind this scene lies a quirky workshop. Practice potters often bury small clay tokens in their wheel's pedestal, each stamped with a maker's mark. If a shard breaks off during firing, these hidden tokens identify which workshop produced the flawed piece, a rudimentary quality control system, and a spark of ancient corporate accountability. You continue along a sunlit colonnade where leather workers have laid out sandals in every size, from tiny child-sized soles to broad, sturdy caligae meant for hoplite soldiers. You kneel to examine a pair bound with supple straps and tiny bronze studs along the edges. The artisans dip the leather in olive oil to soften it before cutting and stitching, an essential step that makes sandals both comfortable and durable. Historians still debate whether military standard sandals wore out quickly in rough terrain, or thanks to their hobnailed soles, lasted longer than modern leather boots. Some argue the studs' traction suited rocky Greek paths, while others insist The thin soles offered almost no protection, forcing later Roman legionaries to march barefoot in protest until improved designs emerged. The light shifts as you pass under a broad archway into the Hephaestian precinct, ancient home of the god of craftsmanship. Here, metalworkers demonstrate their forges dance, glowing iron cooled in oil, hammered into shape and sharpened against whetstones. Sparks leap like fireflies as hammers strike red-hot metal, the clang, 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 reverberating softly against marble columns. You pause to feel the pulsing heat emanating from a cooled blade resting on a workbench. The metal's smooth surface is warm to the touch, echoing the sun's heat even in the morning breeze. In this place, artisans invoke Hephaestus's favor before labor begins pouring libations of wine at the forge hearth, believing the offering ensures clean burns and fewer accidents. Scholars debate whether these ritual offerings were genuine acts of faith or clever marketing to guarantee good work and customer trust. Inscriptions on dedicatory plaques sometimes list both deity and workshop name, suggesting a blend of piety and branding that resonates with modern questions of faith and commerce. Further along, you find a booth where cloth merchants display bolts of linen wool and an exotic material called mallow fiber, grown along coastal marshes. The fine linen glows like spun moonlight, while coarse wool feels almost furry, a perfect insulator for cooler months. You run your fingers across a swatch of linen and feel its cool, smooth weave, ideal for everyday hymations and chitons. A curious detail: some dyers use sea snails to produce purple dye, a rare and costly pigment reserved for magistrates and wealthy patrons. The snail's secretions yield a dye so vibrant it survives countless washes. Archaeologists have uncovered crushed shell heaps near ancient dye workshops, confirming the mollusk's central role and the noxious labor behind purple splendor. As the morning matures, the agora's traffic thickens. You catch snippets of conversation, an olive oil merchant haggling over grades, a philosopher extolling virtue ethics to a small crowd, and a huckster shouting the merits of his oversized goose eggs. The air carries layers of aroma-tangy garum from fishmongers' sweet incense from temple offerings, and the earthy scent of fresh clay. Each scent weaves into a sensory map of the agora, a living, breathing space that shaped Athenian identity. You pause beside a fountain where women fill water jars carved from soft limestone. The water channeled from the Mount Hymettus springs via aqueduct pours steadily into the basin. You dip a jar's rim and taste the cool, mineral-rich liquid, a refreshing counterpoint to the day's warmth and a testament to the city's engineering genius. Yet some modern engineers question whether these early aqueducts built with porous stone channels lost too much water to seepage and inefficiency weighed against architectural splendor. Did the lost water justify the marvel, or did Athens pay too high a price for its renowned water supply? With a final sip, you shoulder your jar and step back onto the sun-warmed paving stones. The agora's orchestra of life continues around you, wood carvers shaping figurines, stalls sizzling olives and figs, and philosophers gesturing softly as they explore the heart of existence. You pause to absorb the mosaic of sounds, scents, and motions, feeling connected to the ancient pulse of this storied marketplace. Each breath, each step, each whispered trade reminds you that in Athens, commerce, conversation, and community were inseparable. echoing each other in a timeless dance of civilization. You slip behind the velvet curtain of the open-air theater just as the sun reaches its zenith, the heat shimmering off the stone seats and gilded statues above. The air is alive with the soft scrape of wooden masks being adjusted, the click of sandals on the worn stage, and the low murmur of actors reciting lines under their breath. This is the rehearsal for the next tragedy, a sacred art form that shaped Athenian identity and still echoes through the centuries. A common historical fact: Greek theater emerged in the 6th century BCE during religious festivals, honoring Dionysus, blending choral hymns with improvised drama. By classical Athens playwrights like Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides had elevated theater into a sophisticated art, using a chorus to comment on the action and intensify its emotional impact. Citizens gathered here not just for entertainment, but for civic reflection. You settle on a sun-warmed stone bench near the front of the orchestra, where faint chalk lines still mark the chorus's dance path. Heat radiates through your tunic as a dozen chorus members practice synchronized steps, chanting a mournful stanza, "O Charis T Piesumen," "O hands, what shall we do?" Their voices rise and fall in measured cadence, each syllable a drop in a solemn river of sound. But don't let the grandeur obscure the odd behind-the-scenes details beneath their tragic masks. Actors insert small sprigs of mint or pennyroyal between mask and skin to ease the itch of plaster and catch stray perspiration. As each mask tilts, a subtle herbal scent drifts into the audience, cutting through the haze of incense smoke from the altar. To your left, a young actor rehearses the lines of his tragic hero. "Why, O city, must I bear this curse?" He adjusts his hymation and repeats the line, his voice quivering with genuine emotion. Nearby, the stage manager, wooden stylus in hand, taps the stone floor to mark pauses, ensuring the pacing matches the chorus's rhythm. Too slow, and the audience's attention might wander. Too fast, and the tragic weight evaporates. A quirky rehearsal habit emerges. Actors rub wine lees, the sediment left from the previous night's symposium, onto their boots. This sticky residue improves traction on the smooth stone stage, preventing dangerous slips during intense moments of drama. Archaeological digs and theater workshops have uncovered shards of boot soles stained dark purple, confirming this improvised trick. The playwright, often revered as a godlike figure, stands to one side, notebook in hand. He murmurs suggestions, adjusting a single word here, a pause there. His assistant scrawls notes on a wax tablet, add stickomythia at line 42, or raise chorus volume at ghost. You realize that even masterpieces undergo careful polishing, challenging the myth of divine inspiration and revealing the painstaking craft behind every verse. As rehearsal continues, musicians tune their aulos pipes, double-reeded instruments, whose plaintive sound evokes both celebration and sorrow. One pipe squeaks under its player's breath, prompting suppressed smiles among the chorus. A stagehand slips forward, exchanging reeds until the tuning is just right. The harmony between voice and pipe underpins every moment of tension on this stage. Scholars still debate whether ancient audiences fully appreciated these technical intricacies or responded purely to the narrative's emotional current. Some argue that literate citizens followed scripts and recognized revisions, while others suggest that most Athenians attended for spectacle and communal engagement rather than textual nuance. The sun begins its descent, casting long shadows across the proscenium. You feel the stones cool, signaling the approach of evening performances. A lead actor emerges wearing the mask of an elder king, his voice deep and resonant. With a single gesture, he demonstrates how mask and movement must align: chin-raised shoulders, squared feet, planted firmly. The mask's painted eyes stare into the distance, its fixed expression amplifying every word into mythic proclamation. A footnote in theater lore: some actors use tiny dowels to angle masks, slightly changing a character's expression mid-scene without swapping masks. The practice required deft manual work behind the back reserved for only the most skilled artists. Nearby, the chorus practices its final exit, each member moving in perfect unison to the soft thud of sandals on stone. The simple choreography, 2 steps forward, a turn, 2 steps back, shapes the audience's focus, guiding their gaze from one tragic tableau to the next. You close your eyes, letting their chant wash over you, Oxene poth eches. Stranger, what longing grips you? The repetition becomes a mantra pulling you deeper into the performance's undercurrents of fate and choice. As you open your eyes, the playwright offers the lead actor a small cup of water flavored with crushed mint and honey, both a prop and a throat soother. Actors sip this mixture between takes, blending practicality with ritual. The stagehand waits for a nod before removing the cup, preserving continuity for the audience's eye. The theater's acoustics catch the distant laughter of children from the agora, merging with the rehearsal's solemnity. Every sound from off-stage wings to the rustle of spectators' togas becomes part of the living tapestry of performance. A final academic question lingers. Did Athenian tragedy serve primarily as moral instruction, urging citizens to ponder hubris and divine justice, or as elaborate entertainment that reaffirmed social norms through shared catharsis? Modern critics remain divided, suggesting that tragedy's power lay in its ability to do both at once. As the chorus completes its exit, you rise and step onto the stage, feeling the cool stone beneath your sandals. Each footstep echoes in the empty theater, a reminder that this sacred space thrives on the delicate interplay of voice movement and silence. The setting sun casts a warm glow across the marble facades, hinting at the magic that tonight's performance will unleash. You pause at center stage, letting the cooling air embrace you. What was once merely stone and light now stands ready under the devotion of actors and chorus to become a living vessel of story, emotion, and timeless questions. Would you dare to step beyond the mask and speak ancient words that still tremble in the space between actor and audience? You slip behind the vine-shaded canopy of the pottery quarter, just as the midday sun filters through overhead leaves, casting dappled light across rows of spinning wheels and drying wares. The air is warm and scented with wet earth, mingling with the faint smokiness of nearby kilns. Around you, potters crouch at low benches, their hands dancing over malleable clay as foot-powered pedals keep the wheel turning. By the 5th century, BCE Athenian workshops had mastered the potter's wheel, producing both everyday vessels and exquisite ceremonial wares. Amphorae carried olive oil and wine across the Mediterranean. Craters mixed water and wine at symposiums, and small lekythoi held perfumed oils for funerary rites. Every piece bore the potter's signature, an early form of branding marking quality and origin. You crouch beside a master potter molding an amphora's shoulder, feeling the clay's cool slipperiness beneath your fingertips as he guides its curves into perfect symmetry. The wheel spins in a soft, hypnotic whir clay wheel, hand each rotation measured in a gentle lullaby. Nearby, a small pile of broken potsherds test fragments used to gauge clay consistency ensures uniformity across dozens of vessels. But the craft isn't purely mechanical. A quirky workshop ritual involves mixing goat hair into the clay. As a purity test, stray hairs that poke through a forming piece signal impurities, prompting potters to rewash and rehydrate their clay until each vessel's surface is flawless. An apprentice trims a kylix's foot with a wooden knife, producing delicate spirals of clay that tumble onto the floor. The air carries the resinous scent of pine tar used to seal water jars and the warm, musty aroma of raw clay. On racks overhead, half-dried oinochoi rest on straw mats to slow evaporation and prevent cracking. Tiny straw impressions on their matte surfaces are tactile reminders of this gentle curing process. Across the aisle, the black gloss sheen of a just-fired amphora catches the light. Potters ladle water over its hot surface and rub it with olive oil. The oil seeps into micro-fissures, locking in a deep shine that glimmers bronze in shifting light. Such finishes once dazzled Athenian eyes at feasts and processions. Inscriptions and painted scenes connect craft to culture. A large crater bears a black figure symposium tableau, wine cups, raised togas, draped immortalizing everyday rituals in clay. Debates among scholars question whether these mythic scenes served as moral instruction or simply as social entertainment. Perhaps they did both, reflecting Athens' complex identity. Nearby, an apprentice sieves slip liquid clay through fine silk, creating the pale gray medium artist would pigment with iron oxide for rich red details. Too thin and brush strokes would bleed. Too thick and they'd crack. The precision demands steady hands and keen eyes. Under the stoop of a pottery stall, shards of crushed shell confirm another long-forgotten trick artisans added ground sea snail shells to clay as an abrasive to polish vessels. Tiny microscopic edges buffed fibers at the cost of minute surface frays, leaving pots gleaming under the sun. Kilns shaped this art's destiny. Beehive-shaped chambers fueled by olive wood reached uneven temperatures. One slight draft shift could turn perfection into shards. Historians argue whether such risks drove potters to form secretive cooperatives or to guard their methods jealously as trade secrets. Before you depart, you lift a large hydria, destined to carry water from city springs, and run your palm beneath its lip, feeling the smooth rim shaped by years of devoted hands. Clay dust marks your fingertips as you step back onto the sunlit avenue, carrying with you the echoes of wheel kiln and the timeless interplay of earth and fire. Would you dare to work this wheel day after day, molding humble dirt into vessels that carried wine, water, and the stories of an entire civilization? You leave the hush of the open-air theater behind and make your way southwest to the shadowed valley, where the Agog's training grounds lie, the air growing cooler beneath groves of pines and olive trees. Spartan youths rise long before dawn, long before the rest of Greece, and gather barefoot on the dewy grass. Each footstep presses cool moisture into their soles, their breath forming gentle puffs that drift upward like ghostly banners. By age 7, Spartan boys entered the Agoge, the state-run education and training system. Under the watchful eyes of pedagogoi guardians, they lived in communal barracks, learned combat skills, endured physical trials, and mastered survival techniques. This rigorous regimen forged unwavering loyalty to Sparta and produced the formidable hoplites who defended the Peloponnese. You step onto the field feeling the grass whisper beneath your feet. A sergeant hardened by decades of campaigns calls out the morning drill, sprint up the gentle incline, tumble into a roll, then sprint back down. The trainees obey without hesitation, their sandals forgotten, as they push through the blades of grass. You join them for one lap, tasting the metallic tang of adrenaline as your lungs burn and your legs protest. But their steel resolve conceals some curious survival hacks. To cultivate cunning as well as courage, boys were encouraged to steal small items, cheese, for example, from the city's stockpiles at night. If caught, they were punished not for theft, but for clumsiness, teaching stealth and resourcefulness under the guise of discipline and humility. After the sprint, the trainees circle a low stone altar for a brief ritual. Each climbs onto its cool surface, kisses the marble's smooth edge, and utters a vow. Sparta, for you I endure. The stone's chill seeps through their skin, anchoring them in the gravity of their oath. Scorch marks from past offerings of barley porridge, symbolic fuel for body, and will mar the altar's top. Next comes spear practice. You grip a wooden dory, its shaft carved from sturdy olive wood, sanded to a satin finish. A trainer demonstrates the proper grip, one hand near the butt, the other midway elbows, relaxed. You mimic his posture and thrust. The thunk as the point bites into the wooden target sends vibrations up your arm, a satisfying echo against your palm. To toughen their hands, some trainees wrap leather thongs around the shaft at their grip, reducing blisters during repetitive throws. The stained thongs carry an earthy tang of sweat and sun-baked leather, clinging to weapon and wielder alike. The next exercise tests endurance. You and the others form lines to carry heavy logs, olive trunks stripped of bark, over a marked course. Each step is a negotiation between determination and exhaustion. The soft rustle of grass and the pine wind form a muted soundtrack to your effort. Yet these aren't just any logs. Trainers select battle logs from felled olive trees, once used for A4 inscriptions, spiritual fragments of civic memory. Carrying these sacred trunks deepens the trainee's connection to Sparta's ancestral wisdom, a living link between past and future defenders. After the log carry, you wade into a stone plunge basin fed by mountain spring water, its chill biting like shards of ice. The shock draws a sharp intake of breath and leaves cheeks flushed. In those frozen moments, you force yourself to relax, letting the water's icy pressure chase away fatigue and sharpen your senses. Spartans believed that alternating exertion with cold immersion tempered both body and mind. Pliny the Elder later praised cold water treatments as cures for lethargy and melancholy, echoing practices Spartan youths embraced millennia earlier. Still, modern scholars debate whether such harsh regimens bred resilience or risked hypothermia. Was the line between toughness and danger ever truly clear? Clambering from the plunge, you join a circle for combat drills. Each trainee dons a simple leather breastplate and hefts a wooden hoplite shield, painted sky blue to mirror the Spartan banner. You advance in unison, shield brace left foot, leading then right, practicing the phalanx. Push a collective shoving technique meant to break enemy lines. The shields thrum against each other, a muffled percussion that vibrates through your arms and shoulders, a subtle innovation. Some shields bear hidden metal studs behind the rim reinforcements that lessen the chance of cracking under a blade. These plain utilitarian studs reflect Sparta's pragmatism Victory mattered more than decoration, and every warrior carried both protection and advantage. As the sun dips low, training shifts to stealth and tracking. You follow the sergeant into a rocky grove where dry leaves crackle underfoot. The mission, read the trail left by hidden instructors. You crouch, low breath, quiet, spotting broken twigs and flattened foliage. Each step is measured the soft thud of your knee against earth, a testament to Spartan discipline in movement. Survival lore taught trainees to carry small copper mirrors, polished plates, used not only for grooming, but for signaling across hillsides and checking brush for ambushes. These mirrors doubled as silent communication tools, catching stray sunlight to flash prearranged messages. As dusk falls, the final exercise begins in near darkness, silent approach. You and a small squad move by a dim torchlight toward a distant hut. Any stumble or whisper breaks the drill, and you must start over. Each creak of leather and shift of sandal echoes in the hush until taciturn focus becomes second nature. At last, you reach the target, extinguish your torch, and signal success. The victory hush feels like a shared heartbeat, binding you to your comrades in solidarity born of discipline and effort. The sergeant calls everyone together for a final rite, a communal cup of Posca vinegar, diluted with water and flavored with barley. You sip the tangy brew at sharpness, cutting through the day's exertion and reminding you that Spartan warriors valued sustenance over luxury, fueling strength with simplicity. In the fading light, you stand before the training ground's low stone wall, tracing its weathered surface. You remember the morning's tests, speed, strength, endurance, stealth, and unity. Each trial shaping body and mind in equal measure, forging a warrior caste whose name still echoes through history. A final question drifts into your thoughts. Did the Agage cultivate unparalleled martial excellence at the cost of creativity and personal freedom? Or did it instill a model of civic commitment that strengthened social bonds and transcended individual ambition? Perhaps the answer lies in the quiet aftermath of each day's discipline, whispered on the cooling air and etched in the hearts of those who endured. Would you dare to rise before dawn, embrace the pain, and dedicate your life to Sparta's unyielding demands? Could you trade comfort for conquest of self? You slip behind the velvet curtain of the open-air theater. Just as the sun reaches its zenith, the heat shimmering off the stone seating and gilded statues above. The air is alive with the soft scrape of wooden masks being adjusted, the click of sandals on the worn stage, and the low murmur of actors reciting lines under their breath. This is rehearsal for the next tragedy, performance, and art form that shaped Athenian identity and echoes through centuries. A common historical fact, Greek theater emerged in the 6th century BCE during religious festivals honoring Dionysus, blending choral hymns with improvised drama. By classical Athens playwrights like Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides had elevated theater into a sophisticated art, using a chorus to comment on the action and intensify its emotional impact. Citizens gathered here not only for entertainment, but also for civic reflection. You settle on a sun-warmed marble bench near the front of the orchestra, where faint chalk lines still mark the chorus's dance path. The stone's heat presses through your tunic as a chorus of nearly a dozen performers practices synchronized steps, chanting a mournful stanza, O Heres, ti piesomen. O hands, what shall we do? Their voices rise and fall in measured cadence, each syllable a drop in a solemn river of sound. But don't let the grandeur obscure the odd behind-the-scenes details beneath the plaster masks. Actors slip small sprigs of mint or pennyroyal between mask and skin to ease the itch and catch stray perspiration. When the masks tilt, a subtle herbal fragrance drifts into the audience, freshening the smoke-hazed air. To your left, a young actor tests his lines in the role of the tragic hero. Why, oh city, must I bear this curse? He adjusts his hymation and repeats the line, his voice quivering with genuine emotion. Nearby, the stage manager, wooden stylus in hand, taps the stone floor to mark pauses, ensuring the actor's pacing matches the chorus's rhythm. Timing is everything too slow, and the audience's attention wanders. Too fast, and the tragic weight evaporates. A quirky rehearsal hack emerges. Actors rub wine leaves the sediment left after symposia on their boot soles. The sticky residue improves traction on smooth stone, preventing dangerous slips during intense scenes. Fragments of purple-stained leather recovered from theater workshops confirm this improvised solution. The playwright, often revered like a god, stands off to one side, notebook in hand. He murmurs suggestions, adjusting a single word here, a pause there. His assistant records notes on a wax tablet, add steichomythia at line 42, or raise chorus volume at ghost. Even masterpieces underwent careful polishing, revealing the painstaking craft behind every verse. Musicians now tune their alloy double-reed pipes, whose plaintive sound evokes both celebration and sorrow. One pipe squeaks under the musician's breath, drawing suppressed smiles from the chorus. A stagehand slips forward to exchange reeds until the tuning is just right. The harmony between voice and pipe underpins every charged moment on this stage. Scholars still debate whether ancient audiences fully appreciated these technical intricacies or responded mainly to the narrative's emotional current. Some argue literate citizens read scripts and recognized revisions, while others believe most Athenians attended for spectacle and communal engagement, rather than textual nuance. The sun begins its descent, casting long shadows across the proscenium. A lead actor emerges, wearing the mask of an elder king, his voice deep and resonant. With a single gesture, he shows how mask and body must align, chin raised, shoulders, squared feet, planted firmly. The mask's fixed eyes stare into the distance, its painted expression magnifying every spoken word. A footnote in theater lore, some actors use tiny dowels to angle their masks, tipping them down or sideways, so a character's expression could subtly shift mid-scene without swapping masks. The trick required deft hands and was reserved for the most skilled performers. The chorus now practices its final exit, each member moving in perfect unison to the soft thud of sandals on stone. The choreography, 2 steps forward, a turn, 2 steps back, guides the audience's gaze from one tragic tableau to the next. You close your eyes, letting their chant wash over you. O xene poth eches. Stranger, what longing grips you? The repetition becomes a mantra, pulling you deeper into the drama's currents of fate and choice. Opening your eyes, the playwright hands the lead actor a small cup of water flavored with crushed mint and honey, an on-stage prop that also soothes the throat. Actors sip the mixture between takes, blending practicality with ritual. The stagehand waits for a nod before removing the cup, preserving continuity for the audience. Outside, distant children's laughter from the agora mingles with the rehearsals, solemnity. Every sound from off-stage wings to the rustle of spectators' togas becomes part of the theater's living tapestry. A final academic question drifts in your mind. Did Athenian tragedy serve primarily as moral instruction, urging citizens to contemplate hubris and divine justice, or as an elaborate entertainment reinforcing social norms through shared catharsis? Critics remain divided. Tragedy's power likely lay in its ability to do both. As the chorus completes its exit, you rise and step onto the empty stage, feeling the cool stone beneath your sandals. Each step echoes softly, reminding you that this sacred space transforms into a living vessel of story, emotion, and timeless inquiry. Would you dare to step beyond the mask to speak ancient words that still tremble in the silence between actor and audience? You slip through the low wooden door of the Parthenon's inner courtyard just as the sun dips toward the western hills, the clatter of sandals on stone giving way to hushed murmurs and soft laughter. Tonight is symposium night, an Athenian tradition of intellectual feasting by torchlight. The air smells of spiced wine and roasting nuts mingling with the gentle hiss of oil lamps flickering along painted stucco walls. A common historical fact, the symposium, literally drinking together, was a ritualized gathering of male citizens, usually elites, who reclined on low couches called cleani around a central table. They sipped wine mixed with water in a crater-to-kylix procession, conversed on philosophy, recited poetry, and played refined games like katabos, flicking dregs at targets to test skill and luck. You recline on soft cushions draped in crimson cloth, letting the subtle spring in the couch's wicker frame press into your back. The host pours the first round of wine from a bronze crater into your kylix, mixing 2 parts water to 1 part wine. Stronger blends were frowned upon as reckless. You lift the cup, feeling its cool ceramic rim brush your lips, and inhale the wine's redolent aroma, ripe grape undercurrents sweetened with a hint of pine resin from the amphora sealants. But don't mistake this refined scene for mere indulgence. A quirky courtesy. Evolved cups were dipped briefly in cold water before pouring, chilling the wine and creating a soft hiss as steam lifted an ASMR moment that heightened anticipation. Apprentices stood by with shallow bowls of water and rose or mint petals sprinkling both into the air to cool and scent the gathering as each cup was filled. As torchlight flickers across sculpted busts of poets and heroes lining the walls, conversation opens with a recitation of Homeric lines. A young orator rises voice even and calm to declaim Achilles' lament in the Iliad. He begins, "Sing, O Muse, of the wrath of Achilles." Each word trembles in the warm air, drawing you into the sorrow and rage of epic grief. You feel the syllables resonate in your chest like a distant drum stirring empathy you didn't know you could carry. Between recitations, the host introduces a glass tessera, an inscribed token, into the crater, signaling a shift from poetry to debate. Dinner servants step lightly, offering small plates of salted figs, roasted chickpeas, and cubes of dense goat cheese drizzled with thyme honey. You bite into a fig. Its warm flesh yields velvet sweetness, the tiny seeds crackling gently under your molars. You slick honey-glazed cheese across your palate, the herb's resinous edge balancing the fruit sugar. Symposiums served as more than sensory delight. They were crucibles of political and philosophical discourse. A guest proposes today's question: does strict moderation elevate character, or does passion forge greatness? Torches sway as philosophers lean forward to argue. One cites Socrates' ideal of the temperate life moderate desires as the path to virtue. Another counters with the heroism of excess Achilles after all transcended mortality through fiery rage. A modern scholarly debate echoes in your mind, did Greek ethics privilege self-control as civic stability? Or did they romanticize passionate extremes as sources of cultural advancement? Textual fragments show both stoic caution and romantic valor, coexisting an enduring tension in intellectual history. You set down your kylix and join a game of quartobos, holding the cup by its handles and flicking the last drops of wine at a suspended disc. The wine arcs in a delicate parabola, landing with a soft plunk and sending the disc spinning in slow joy. The muted applause of onlookers ripples through the courtyard, merging with the gentle clink of kylixes being refilled. An unexpected detail, some hosts added honey to the wine dregs for quartobos, believing the pooled sweetness improved the flick's viscosity and precision, a playful hack that blurred the lines between game and gastronomic experiment. Archaeologists have found residue of honey wine mixtures in drinking cups carved for quartobos, confirming this delicious twist. As conversation deepens, a guest pours a final bowl of kikion, a thick barley and water blend seasoned with mint and cheese to transition toward closure. You sip the milky beverage, its grainy texture calming the tongue after tart wine, and feel a gentle warmth seep into your belly. The kikion's soothing effect signaled the symposium's end, allowing minds to settle before finding beds in nearby guest quarters. The torches dim one by one, their flames guttering in the night breeze. You rise, stretching limbs dulled by long hours of reclining, and run a finger along the engraved edge of your kylix, tracing the artisan's subtle flourish. A lone flute player emerges to play an encore, soft descending notes that drift through the still courtyard like a lullaby. Each tone quivers briefly before fading, leaving silence imbued with afterglow. As you step into the cool night, the scent of pine and wine lingers in your hair. The symposium has woven intellect, taste, and ritual into a seamless tapestry. You carry away questions unasked and arguments unresolved, their echoes ringing like distant bells in your mind. Would you dare to embrace the rigors of moderation and heated discourse, or would you prefer the unbridled passion of untempered wine and unspoken desires? You descend the worn stone steps from the city's heart toward the bustling harbor of Piraeus, where the tang of salt and oak smoke mingles in the early morning air. Ships of every size bob gently at their moorings, their wooden hulls creaking like low-sung sea shanties. Fishermen tend their nets on one quay. On another, cargo handlers load amphorae of olive oil, dried figs, and pressed wine onto broad-beamed merchant vessels bound for distant ports. By the 5th century BCE, Piraeus served as Athens' primary naval and commercial port, linked to the city by the long walls. Its 3 natural harbors, Kantharos, Zea, and Munichia, accommodated hundreds of ships fueling Athens' grain imports from the Black Sea timber from Macedon and precious metals from Euboea. Without this maritime network, the city's burgeoning population could not have thrived. You step onto a sturdy deck, the wood groaning under your sandals, and feel the ship's hull sway beneath your feet. Sailors haul in lines with practiced ease, and their hands rope thick with calluses from years of hauling canvas and hemp. You follow a row of amphorae, each stamped with a meander border, enclosing a stylized owl lined up for loading. These jars will carry olive oil as tribute to Smyrna, then return with saffron-laced cloth from Persia. But don't mistake this seasoned port for mere trade. A hidden hack among merchants involved hollowing out one in every 20 amphora handles to stash small coins. During foreign inspections, traders would claim these jars were damaged and set them aside, later recovering the coins once back at sea. Archaeologists diving wreck sites off Samos have recovered handles with concealed cavities, evidence of Aegean entrepreneurs' creativity. You wander past a small brigantine whose foredeck bristles with nets hung to dry. A fisherman squeezes a handful of silvery sardines, the fish slipping through his fingers like slippery jewels, before tipping them into woven baskets lined with pine needles used to keep the catch fresh and deter worms. The pine scent mingles with brine, creating an olfactory snapshot of the sea itself. Nearby, a sleek merchant galley readies its two oarsmen's benches. You run a hand along the polished oarlock, feeling its worn smoothness, where countless strokes have churned the water. Each oar shaft bears hand-carved notches, marking every league traveled on official voyages, an informal logbook kept by vigilant rowers. These notches, historians debate, serve both practical navigation and crew pride. Each score a silent testament to endurance. The tide carries you toward a cluster of crew quarters built from stacked planks and tarred canvas. You slip inside, where hammocks sway gently in the breeze, doubling as bedding and cargo nets. A lone sailor stirs, blinking against the sudden light, and slides a rope aside to reveal a hidden alcove beneath the deck. There, stacked low against the hull, lie barrels of salted pork packed in straw, both food reserve and counterweight, to stabilize the vessel in rough seas. A more unusual practice lurked in these holdways. Captains sometimes added broken amphora fragments as ballast mixed with sand. Beyond improving trim, the shards created a muffled drumming noise when the ship passed over reefs, an audible signal to steer clear of hidden shoals. This sonar-like trick, passed down through generations of Greek mariners, earned Piraeus' sailors a reputation for uncanny reef avoidance skills. Stepping back onto the wharf, you witness a busy exchange of coin and cargo. A merchant in a white himation, embroidered with purple threads, marking his status, haggles over a load of Attic wine destined for Cyrene. The dockmaster examines the amphora seals, nods, and jingles a handful of bronze obols into the merchant's palm with a discreet wink. Custom officials often accepted small accelerator fees to speed inspections, a practice so widespread that papyrus records chide future scribes to reduce bribery, lest the harbor's reputation suffer. You follow the merchant across the quay to a small loft where stevedores tally goods on wax tablets. They scratch figures with iron styli, 100 amphorae olive oil, 40 amphorae wine, 2,000 kilon of grain, each number a critical entry in Athens' food security ledger. Grain imports from the Black Sea, funneled through Piraeus, sustained the city's poorest citizens under the grain dole. Without these shipments, famine and civil unrest would loom large. Modern economists debate whether Athens' reliance on imported grain fostered economic interdependence that strengthened its empire or created vulnerabilities ripe for blockade by rival powers. The Spartan siege of Athens during the Peloponnesian War, which severed overland supply, underscores how critical sea lanes and Piraeus' resilience could determine a city's fate. You ascend a gangplank onto a sturdy merchantman preparing for departure. The A captain bronzed and sun-creased wraps a weathered trumpet carved from wood to signal readiness. Sailors hoist the mainsail, a square linen expanse patched with triangular scraps, while apprentices secure spare canvas bundles nearby. You help coil a line, its fibers frayed from salt and sun, feeling the gentle tension of each wrap. The ship pulls away from dock, pivoting on a single oar lashed athwart as a makeshift tiller. You watch Piraeus recede. The stone lighthouse at Cantharos glints in the fading light. Fish processing sheds edge the shoreline, and the distant long walls rise toward Athens. As you glide past sea caves, you glimpse hidden smugglers' coves, once used to slip contraband into the city. Olive oil diverted to Mytilene, or raw hides shipped illicitly to Etruria. At last, the oar's rhythmic dip and lift propel you into the open water. Seabirds wheel overhead, their cries a chorus to the hull's steady creak. You breathe in the salt-rich breeze, savoring the swell's gentle motion beneath your feet. A reminder that Athens' greatness rode these waves, not just rested on marble columns. Would you trade the firm stone streets for uncertain sea routes, trusting lantern signals, secret ballast, and the favor of Poseidon to guide you home? You slip through a narrow archway at the edge of the city into a shaded domus, where hushed murmurs and the scent of fresh laundry greet you like a secret. This is the household of a well-to-do Athenian, and within these walls, the invisible backbone of Greek society, its slaves moves with silent efficiency. Their routines, a carefully choreographed dance of service and subservience. By classical times, slaves made up roughly a third of Athens' population, performing tasks from skilled craftsmanship and tutoring to domestic service and hard labor in the silver mines of Laurium. Though they lacked legal personhood, their work underpinned Athenian wealth and leisure, enabling citizens to devote themselves to politics, philosophy, and the arts. You step into the atrium on soft slippers and pause at the Lanai water station, where a row of clay jars cools on stone pedestals. A young female slave lifts an oinocho, an olive oil-sealed pitcher, from its ledge, tilts it gently, and fills a shallow bowl with fragrant water for her master's morning wash. The liquid pools with a muted clink, and she carries it inside with the dignity of ritual head, bowed but back straight. But don't let the graceful movement fool you. Graffiti in hidden quarters reveals that some slaves fashion tiny rings from bent bronze hairpins and slip them onto their middle fingers beneath their tunics. At day's end, these covert hooks nabbed small scraps from cooking pots, just enough to stave off hunger, but enough to nourish fragile hope. Excavations of abandoned slave quarters have uncovered clusters of such pin rings, testament to these secret survival tactics. In the kitchen beyond, half a dozen slaves work over low hearths, their silhouettes flickering in smoky torchlight. One stirs a bubbling pot of barley porridge, simmered with lentils and seasoned with coriander, while another rolls dough into flatbreads and dusts them with sesame seeds before laying them on hot stones. The scent of grain and spice hangs heavy, the hearth's warmth pressing gently against your skin. Many Athenian households employed specialist cook slaves, sometimes foreigners trained under master chefs, to concoct elaborate dishes for symposia and special occasions. Yet a favored cook's security was fleeting. A single misstep could see him sold off to the grueling quarries of Laurium, where life expectancy was perilously low. Nearby, a male slave in a simple linen tunic polishes bronze oil lamps with a rag soaked in olive oil and ashlie coaxing a gentle gleam from tarnished metal. He inspects each wick trimming stray fibers to ensure a clean burn. The rhythmic swish of cloth against metal is a soft ASMR-like whisper in the dusky room. Scholars debate whether skilled artisan slaves enjoyed a modicum of respect and autonomy, training apprentices and passing on specialized knowledge, or whether any status was illusory, masked by the constant threat of sale or punishment. Evidence of informal guild-like groups among artisan slaves suggests both cooperation and muted assertions of collective identity. Passing through a curtained doorway, you enter the study, where a tutor slave sits with a young boy guiding his stylus across a wax tablet. The scratch of stylus on wax punctuates the hush as the boy copies a line of Homeric verse wine, a medicine for sorrow, but not for every man. The slave pronounces each word carefully, imparting both literacy and moral lessons. Yet, household records hint that some tutors used mnemonic tricks, tapping the boy's wrist with a feather to mark metrical accents, blurring the line between instruction and subtle discipline. Education under slavery thus combined care with control. In the courtyard, 5 slaves gather around a trough, washing and wringing laundry. They rub tunics against ridged stones, water running through grooves into a drain. The murmur of water and the soft slap of wet cloth create an ASMR lullaby that underscores their labor. Laundry slaves sometimes added poppy petal tea to the rinse water, its mild sedative properties soothing inflamed skin and frayed nerves after long hours of scrubbing. Pollen residue found on unearthed stone slabs confirms this folk remedy, hinting at shared rituals that eased drudgery. As the sun climbs, you join the queue at the front gate, each slave carrying goods for the day's market run. Baskets of eggs, bundles of leeks, pots of honey, a slave driver's staff tapping a slow rhythm on the flagstones marshals them toward the agora. The clatter of baskets and muted instructions form a gentle percussion, a steady beat to which they march. And yet, a deeper question looms: did serving openly in the civic marketplace offer slaves any form of public engagement? Or did it reinforce their invisibility, demanding obedience, while denying personhood? Inscriptions on some market stalls record evening donations of unsold goods by the goodwill of my slave, hinting at small acts of generosity, overshadowed by ownership. As you watch the column of slaves file past you, sense the paradox: they stand at the threshold of public life, yet remain unseen actors on the city stage, essential to Athens' vibrancy, yet barred from its freedoms. Each footstep, every whispered command, every hidden ring speaks to lives lived on the margins, indispensable yet unheard. Would you dare step into their worn sandals, balancing duty and dignity beneath the weight of another's name? You slip through a narrow archway at the edge of the city into the shaded sanctuary of the Temple of Athena Nike, just as mid-morning light filters through the surrounding olive groves. The air is cool and still carrying the faint aroma of burning frankincense from a nearby brazier. Here, Athenians pause between civic duties and market errands to honor their patron goddess, with quiet offerings embedding personal hopes into stone sent. By classical tradition, public temple offerings formed the backbone of Greek worship. Citizens deposited first fruits, barley cakes, olive branches, small loaves onto stone altars or into bronze bowls, believing that visible gifts would secure divine favor in matters of war health and civic well-being. At pan-Hellenic festivals, lavish dedications marked communal celebration, but daily life in Athens relied on these modest private rites. You approach a low altar carved with the relief of Nike's winged figure, her outstretched wings ready for flight. A priest, his white hymation edged in purple stands, ready with shallow bronze fire-eye libation bowls. You lift a small clay jug of olive oil, its surface warm from the sun, and pour a thin stream into the phial. The oil pools with a soft golden shimmer spreading outward in concentric rings before seeping into carved channels that lead toward the temple's foundation. Each ripple seems to echo a silent prayer for victory, whether in battle, athletic contest, or daily trial. Yet beneath the solemnity lies a hidden quirk. Some worshippers crushed a single bay leaf into their oil, invoking Apollo's gift of prophetic clarity alongside Athena's martial favor. Excavations near the Acropolis have uncovered shards of bay leaf in drainage trenches below altars, tiny lunar-shaped tokens amplifying each libation's symbolic power. You step aside as a young hoplite returns from training and places a sheaf of barley stalks bound with crimson wool at the altar's base. The red wool honors both martial service and Demeter's harvest festival, reminding you that Athenians embraced agricultural and military identities in tandem. You inhale the sweet, dry scent of the stalk's earth and promise intertwined before the breeze carries it away. Nearby, a group of women spreads out woven mats before a secondary altar, dedicated to Hestia, goddess of hearth and home. They arrange small votive loaves round lightly salted, scored with a dove's emblem, into neat rows. The dove symbolizes Hestia's guardianship and the peaceful domestic sphere she protects. Each loaf bears a maker's fingerprint, imprinting household identity onto sacred bread. Modern scholars debate these domestic offerings. Were they sincere acts of devotion, reinforcing communal bonds, or subtle advertisements of family prosperity and piety? Some inscriptions read like contracts. If Hestia spares my hearth, I dedicate this loaf, hinting at a quasi-legal understanding between mortal and divine. As you cross the marble floor, your footsteps echo beneath ionic columns. Torchlighter slaves trim wicks and hanging lamps, their soft hisses punctuating the hush. You pause to watch a child anoint a terracotta figurine of Athena with perfumed oil lavender and rose petals steeped in olive oil. The floral aroma mingles with resinous incense, forming an olfactory tapestry that settles worshippers into calm focus. A playful footnote from theater crowd graffiti reveals that some devotees, believing strong scents awakened the gods, mixed crushed thyme into their incense. Thyme's sharp bite, combined with sweeter aromas, left herbal heat lingering in the temple's corners. Ahead, you glimpse a vase brimming with votive miniature weapons, tiny bronze spears, shields, helmets offered by soldiers before campaigns in the Peloponnese. Each tiny armament embodies a prayer for battlefield protection and safe return. The bronzes glint in torchlight like trapped fireflies. You run your finger along a helmet's ridge, sensing both its cold precision and the fervent hope it represents. Scholars still argue, did these weapon votives reflect Spartan-style militarism infiltrating Athenian temples, or did they remain personal talismans, each soldier's plea a humble communal act? Some believe the sheer number of arms symbolized civic acceptance of perpetual warfare. Others insist the offerings stayed deeply personal. Turning to the temple side, you find a basin of clear water fed by an attic spring. A carved plaque reads, "Water of Purity." Worshippers dip their fingers to wash before ascending to the inner sanctuary. You cup your hands, feeling the cool liquid glide over your skin, sharpening your awareness. In Hippocratic fashion, ritual water also served as health therapy cold washes, believed to invigorate both mind and body. A marginal note in a classical text hints that pilgrims, after washing, anointed their hair with rosemary oil to preserve the water's blessings. Pollen grains on unearthed combs support this blend of hygiene, horticulture, and piety, an early form of ritual grooming. Sunlight filters through the cellar's open door, revealing the chryselephantine statue of Athena Parthenos, ivory flesh, gilded robes, and a small Nike in her outstretched hand. Priests offer silent prayers, their voices hushed. You stand at the threshold, absorbing the statue's presence, a union of human craftsmanship and divine inspiration. A final rite remains the sacrifice of a small goat or pig. The blood is collected in a bronze bowl and sprinkled over the altar's base, its raw metallic scent cutting through incense and oil, to confront worshippers with life's fragility alongside divine favor. Debate persists. Were sacrifices literal fuel for the gods, or communal feasts reinforcing social bonds? Bone deposits beyond the temenos suggest cooked meat was shared, blurring ritual slaughter and communal meal. As the last prayer fades, you step back into the sunlit porch. Scents of incense oil and sacrifice trail behind you like living memories. In the hush before the city's midday bustle, you sense how each offering oil-bread, miniature weapon, drop of spring water knits personal longing into Athens' divine tapestry. Would you dare to leave your own token here, trusting that stone and scent will carry your deepest hopes to Athena's watchful presence? You leave the marble grandeur of the Parthenon behind and set out along the winding sacred way toward Delphi. The air grows cooler as you climb the shadowed slopes of Mount Parnassus pine needles, carpeting the rocky path in a soft hush that blends with the distant chime of temple bells. Each breath carries the crisp scent of mountain herbs, oregano savory, and a hint of wild thyme, inviting calm focus as you approach one of the ancient world's most revered oracles. By the 5th century BCE, Delphi's sanctuary, dedicated to Apollo, drew pilgrims from across Greece seeking guidance. At its heart sat the Pythia, the priestess who delivered cryptic prophecies while positioned on a tripod above a fissure in the earth. Offerings poured in golden tripods, carved lions, and elaborate bronzes testifying to Delphi's reputation as the omphalos, or navel, of the world. You enter the sanctuary through a Doric gateway and pause before the cast bronze omphalos stone. Its ridged surface is worn smooth by thousands of pilgrims who brushed it for a moment of connection. Nearby, an attendant fills your palm with laurel leaves and sprinkles them over a small marble altar. The laurel's piney aroma wafts upward in fragrant curls of smoke from a brazier invoking Apollo's presence. But the procession was not all solemnity. A folk remedy whispered among pilgrims involved tucking crushed bay nuts into one's robes, slightly intoxicating seeds believed to sharpen the Pythia's focus by stimulating inhalation of the temple's sacred vapors. Archaeologists analyzing terracotta votive deposits have indeed detected trace alkaloids in bay nut fragments, suggesting a discreet, unsanctioned pharmacy at Delphi. You step toward the artisan, the inner shrine, accessible only to priests and petitioners. Low voices murmur prayers as you stand before a bronze tripod, once dedicated by Croesus of Lydia, its fluted legs gleaming in torchlight. A priest gestures for you to kneel and whisper your question, then guides you through a narrow stairway to the Pythia's chamber above. Each echoing step feels like a heartbeat in the cool hush. Inside the chamber, the Pythia sits on her tripod legs, crossed, chin-lifted face, serene. Cracks in the earth vent, faint vapors that swirl at her feet. You watch as she inhales deeply, her robes billowing in silent breath. Then, in measured tones, she begins to speak loose syllables, forming half words that the priests transcribe and shape into a full prophecy. Her voice quavers, rises and settles like wind through reeds. Ancient writers disagreed on these vapors' nature. Some claimed they came from ethylene seeping through subterranean fissures. Others insisted the Pythia's trance was purely psychological, induced by ritual chanting and expectation. Modern geologists have found trace hydrocarbons in Delphi's geology, but debate continues over whether they could truly intoxicate. You offer a small bronze statuette of a kneeling warrior at the tripod's base, your votive pledge of thanks should Apollo grant deliverance. The polished metal glints under oil lamp glow, and you feel anticipation ripple through you as the priests lower a wooden tablet inscribed with your question into a bronze bowl. They bow and step back, awaiting the Pythia's pronouncement. In that charged silence, her voice rises again, weaving a riddle of fate. When the baleful star of winter sets, the third sun's glare reveals the path not seen. The priests interpret, prepare your fleet with caution at the third dawn, for fortune favors neither haste nor delay. Relief and frustration mingle. Apollo's guidance is as elusive as the temple's flickering shadows. A modern scholarly question emerges. Were these cryptic pronouncements genuine attempts at divination or carefully crafted ambiguity, preserving the oracle's authority regardless of outcome? Some historians see the Pythia as a political advisor, smoothing civic tensions with non-committal counsel. Others note records of failed prophecies that did little to diminish Delphi's prestige. You descend the narrow stair into the open air, the laurel's aroma still clinging to your tunic. Outside, pilgrims cluster beneath columned walkways, trading whispers of their own riddled answers. On a low table, you spot a weathered stele, listing a Boeotian general's prophecy legible. Despite chipped letters, he will conquer where he least suspects. His subsequent victory over the Phocians attests to the power of oracular performance. A whispered footnote suggests some pilgrims later annotated their transcribed prophecies, scratching glosses to fit unfolding events. Palimpsest-like markings on temple tablets hint that visitors refined Apollo's words to serve political agendas or personal triumphs. The blurred line between divine message and human editing argues for cautious interpretation. Before you leave Delphi's sacred precincts, you pause at the Castalia Spring. Its crystal waters pool in a carved basin where pilgrims purified body and spirit. You cup your hands in the ancient flow, feeling its cool clarity slip over your skin, and taste a faint mineral edge, a sensory echo of the earth's hidden depths. Many believed that only purified minds could truly hear Apollo's will. Yet some accounts warn that over-purification days of ritual abstinence left petitioners too jittery to frame coherent questions, turning the Pythia's words into fractured mirrors of their own anxieties. Modern psychologists liken this to sensory deprivation's effects on perception, suggesting that disciplinary rites shape both readiness and desire for divine contact. As you walk away from Delphi's sanctuary, the pine-tinged breeze carries distant temple bells and murmurs of merchants copying prophecies for profit. You feel the weight of your own question hang in the air, half answered, half mysterious, an echo entwined with every rustle of olive leaves. Would you dare entrust your fate to a breath and a riddle, placing your hopes in a voice born of vapor, ritual, and centuries of expectation? You slip through the Propylaea's grand marble gateway, just as the mid-morning sun gilds the steps entering the agora's broad expanse, where citizens gather beneath stoas for the Ecclesia Athens assembly of equals. A gentle breeze stirs togas, carrying the blended scents of olive oil and sun-warmed stone as you join the throng heading toward the Pnyx, the hill where democracy found its voice. By the reforms of Cleisthenes in 508 BCE, Athens had restructured its tribes and councils to dilute aristocratic power, empowering every male citizen, regardless of wealth, to vote on laws and policy. The Ecclesia met up to 40 times a year on the Pnyx's step terraces, each voice equal a radical experiment in collective rule. You climb the rough-hewn steps carved into the bedrock, feeling the stone's warm grain beneath your sandals. Around you, neighbors greet one another. Calimera Demetrios, Eudaimon sit here. The assembly's murmur swells like gentle surf, punctuated by the sharp tap of a ballot tablet being read aloud, an invitation for you to join the debate. But don't assume pure equality reigned here. A nifty procedural hack kept demagogues and check speakers, drew lots for their turn, then had only 2 minutes at the bema, the speaker's platform, to make their case. A timekeeper dropped a pebble into a water clock. Its rising hiss marked the end of one speech and the start of the next, cutting off long-winded orators with an audible ASMR cue. At the bema, you watch a fellow citizen unfurl a decree proposing grain subsidies. His voice, carried by the platform's acoustic design, rings clearly even to those on the edges of the crowd. You notice carved recesses in the stone floor cut to funnel and amplify soundproof of Athenian attention to public address. After debate, citizens voted by dropping small pottery shards, ostraca, inked with a name, into baskets. If a man's name appeared more than 6,000 times, he faced ostracism exile for 10 years. This ritual check on power protected the city from would-be tyrants, though it sometimes ousted effective statesmen on a whim. You sift through a handful of ostraca, in your palm faded fragments inscribed by scores of others. You trace the rough grooves of letters spelling Themistocles or Aristides, each shard a tangible vote of trust or fear. The tactile memory of pressed clay reminds you how democracy here depended on these physical tokens. Nearby, a scribe records results on a waxed tablet. Public transparency ensured every citizen could verify the counts. Yet scholars debate whether illiterate Athenians truly influenced outcomes, or simply followed cues from philanthropoi, wealthy patrons guiding their demise. Inscriptions show some districts coordinated voting blocks, suggesting that democratic ideals intertwined with factional persuasion. When the tally is announced, a herald proclaims oikos kerdos eis ton daemon. Private gain yields to the people's welfare. The crowd responds with measured applause, hand claps, and the gentle thudding of leather-soled sandals echoing off the Nix's slopes. You feel the living pulse of civic power, a force made manifest by stone shards and thousands of voices. Down the hill you pass the Bulletarian, where the Council of 500 chosen by lot prepares to draft laws based on today's decree. You skirt columns etched with councilors' names, each citizen's lot publicly recorded for accountability. The soft tap of your sandals on the marble portico blends with the rustle of papyrus petitions being filed at clerks' tables. A modern question lingers: did Athens' lottery system genuinely democratize governance, or did it merely spread elite privilege among propertied males? Corruption in later centuries suggests many citizens lacked the expertise for complex policy, while others argue the system was a powerful check on entrenched power. As you loop back through the agora toward home, the clack of pottery wheels and the murmur of merchants remind you that democracy thrived not in distant councils, but in everyday markets and workshops. Each citizen's vote was rooted in daily life, grain prices, artisan guilds, naval needs, ensuring the polis remained both a political experiment and a living community. Would you dare to cast your own ostrakhan trusting clay and crowd to guard against tyranny, or fear that majority rule silences expertise in favor of popular whim? You slip through a narrow alley off the agora, where laughter and music waft like a gentle breeze, arriving at a small open square ringed by whitewashed walls and vine-covered trellises. Colorful banners flutter overhead, and the warm scent of roasted pine nuts and sweet wine draws you toward a low wooden stage, the city's impromptu outdoor theater. Even before formal tragedies graced grand amphitheaters, Greek cities teemed with Peripoli street entertainers who wove music, dance, and pantomime into everyday life. Their performances delighted citizens of every class, from market stalls to temple precincts. You find a spot on sun-warmed cobblestones as a troupe of mimes appears, each donning a simple linen mask with exaggerated features. Children's laughter ripples through the crowd as one mime pantomimes the wine-pressing ritual, kneading invisible grapes and straining under an imagined beam, while another flails as a fumbling suitor whose ornate garland collapses at his feet. The audience leans in toes, curling against the stones, caught up in their wordless comedy. But these humble masks shine for a reason. Between scenes, apprentices dunk them into a basin of barley water mixed with crushed pomegranate seeds. The fruity polish cleans plaster without wearing away painted lines, and its stickiness holds fast to dust until the next scene. Broken mask fragments recovered near ancient workshops still bear faint red stains, a silent testament to this playful backstage ritual. Next, a lone lyre player takes up his instrument, tuning each string until it rings clear. He then launches into a haunting melody, weaving minor harmonies that paint images of lost loves and distant seas. The plucked notes, soft as raindrops on marble, carry through the square, and you close your eyes to let the music cradle your thoughts. When he curls a final chord, coins clink in his battered bowl, tokens of gratitude for his art. Many street musicians blended modes Dorian and Phrygian scales to surprise and captivate their audiences. While formal festivals adhered to strict musical conventions, these parapoli freely mixed tonalities, creating hybrid airs that later influenced classical composers. An inscription on a 4th century amphora even praises a daring mode blender as an innovator rather than a mere entertainer. With that, 2 acrobats bound onto the stage, spinning and vaulting with lithe precision. They construct a human pyramid balance on narrow shoulders and cartwheel beneath a painted archway. Each landing a soft thud on straw rugs elicits gasps and cheers. The audience's shared breath quickens as they push human limits under the open sky. Hidden in their performance, acrobats often wore leather caps studded with tiny metal discs beneath their robes. With every flip, the caps jingled, turning each movement into a percussive flourish, an auditory underscore to their daring feats. Bronze studs recovered under ancient seating slabs hint at how widespread this kinetic ornamentation once was. As applause fades, a small troupe of actors appears draped in togas lightly outlined with charcoal to suggest gods and heroes. One dons Athena's helmet and brandishes a carved wooden spear. Another wears grapevine and Dionysus's honor tambourine in hand. They enact Athena's contest with Poseidon for the city's patronage, pantomiming divine rivalry in artful silence. Even these simple costumes took care actors sealed mask edges with a thin olive oil and ash mixture to improve projection and keep masks secure during energetic scenes. Gray residue found on marble benches near performance areas reveals the rustic precision of these street theaters. Finally, a juggler strides forward, 3 blazing torches in hand. He casts them high in graceful arcs, each torch a comet's tail against the twilight sky, and catches them with flawless timing. The crowd's collective gasps swells like ocean spray. For his finale, he releases 2 torches at once and catches both flames flickering before he bows deeply. To protect their skin and handles, jugglers sometimes grease torches with bay laurel extract, its mythic association with victory-lent symbolic fireproofing long before chemistry existed. Residue tests on charred handles confirm that performers harnessed botanical know-how to tame the flames. As the sun dips fully below the rooftops, the troupe returns for a final bow beneath a painted star field on linen backdrops. You step forward to drop a copper drachma into their meager collection bowl, a soft clink that echoes like a promise. Replacing their masks with weary smiles, the actors remind you of the human heart beneath every performance. Walking away, the square still hums, laughter lingers, torch sparks drift like fireflies, and echoes of lyre and laughter thread through the dusk. Here in this modest corner of Athens Street, theater transformed ordinary moments into shared wonder. Would you dare to step onto that humble stage between laughter and awe and leave your own mark on the city's living canvas? You leave the laughter of street performers behind and make your way east toward the stadium at Olympia, the air growing cooler beneath towering plane trees and the faint scent of singed olive wood drifting from nearby fire shrines. Every 4 years, Greeks from across the polis gather here for the Olympic Games, an event that transcends borders, uniting city-states in peaceful competition under Zeus's watchful gaze. A well-known fact, the Olympic Games, founded in 776 BCE at the sanctuary of Zeus, featured events such as the Stadion, a short sprint of roughly 200 meters, wrestling, boxing, the pentathlon, long jump, javelin, discus, stadion, and wrestling, and the hoplite race in full armor. Victors earned olive wreaths taken from sacred groves and of fame that echoed through poems and statues alike. You slip into the packed stadium just as torchbearers light bronze braziers around the track. The smell of laurel resin mingles with sun-warmed dust rising from the compacted earth of the stadium. You settle onto a tier of limestone seats, their smooth surfaces still warm, and feel the crowd's collective anticipation in the low murmur of togas and chitons. But don't let the splendor of olive wreaths and roaring cheers distract you from some curious behind-the-scenes rituals athletes fasted for days beforehand to lighten the body, while trainers rubbed olive oil mixed with ash onto their skin, both to accentuate musculature for the judges and to protect against chafing. Traces of oil residue have even been detected on ancient statue bases, confirming this once common practice. At the herald's trumpet blast, you rise with the crowd. 10 sprinters in loincloths kneel at starting lines carved into the earth. A magistrate calls Hebasco, and a leather cord snaps taut, signaling the start. The runners explode forward sandals or bare feet, thwacking the ground in rapid rhythm. You feel each footfall's resonance through the stone beneath you, a palpable drumbeat of raw human power. A factual aside, early races used a starting rope called the heremos to ensure simultaneous starts. Later, bronze starting blocks replaced ropes to reduce false starts, and rudimentary lanes were marked in the dust proto-precursors to modern track lanes. As the runners cross the finish line, a painted stone, you join the applause that swells like a wave. The victor chest heaving steps forward to receive a fresh olive wreath. The crowd's cheers rise again as he approaches the altar of Zeus to pour a libation. Each step toward the altar is a silent prayer, binding personal glory to divine favor. Between events, merchants weave through the stadium's tunnels, offering roasted chickpeas, salted figs, and cups of watered-down wine crethona mixed with unfermented grape must. You nibble on a crunchy chickpea, its creamy center yielding beneath salty oil, and sip the tart wine, its cool sweetness a perfect antidote to the midday sun. A quirky Olympic custom holds that athletes chewed wild celery stalks between events to ward off cramps, an early form of sports medicine. Fragments of celery pollen found near the Palestra wrestling school support this ancient remedy. Next, you head to the wrestling and boxing grounds. Two wrestlers grapple in a sand-filled pit, their bodies caked in dust and oil. Matches last until one man's back touches the ground, a test of leverage over brute strength. You crouch at the edge, feeling sand sift beneath your knees and hearing the fighters' labored breaths. In the adjacent boxing arena, opponents wrap their hands in leather jimentas, lacking modern padding, and trade precise punishing strikes. No timed rounds or judges' scorecards mean matches end only when one fighter can no longer stand. The crowd's gasps echo through the air as a boxer's ear threatens to split. His trainer dabs the cut with sweet wine to stem the bleeding. Scholars still debate whether these leather bindings protected athletes or simply shifted injuries to knuckles and wrists. Osteological studies of Hellenistic remains show knuckle fractures consistent with ancient pugilism. The pentathlon's long jump draws you next. Competitors grasp halteres, small stone or bronze weights in each hand, swinging them forward before launch to boost momentum. They dive into the sand, and judges measure the furthest leap. Scholars dispute whether halteres genuinely extended distance or served mainly as ritual props, tying athletic feats to mythic traditions. As dusk approaches, you return to the stadium center for the closing procession. Victors march forward, bearing tripod shields and painted vases on their shoulders. You rise as torch bearers flank the altar, their flames reflecting off polished bronze. A priest intones the Ekacheria, the sacred Olympic truce proclaiming No wars shall touch Olympia, and the assembly echoes. So be it. This fragile peace bound warring cities in safe passage for athletes and spectators alike. Yet history records occasional breaches, mercenary incursions, or local skirmishes, reminding you that even the highest ideals bow to realpolitik. Lanterns glow along the stadium steps as the ceremony ends. You step down into the cooling air, carrying the weight of centuries of athletic devotion, personal sacrifice, divine homage, and communal pride etched into every step, every cheer, every whispered vow. Would you dare to stand at that starting line in loincloth and olive wreath, trusting your own body heart and the favor of Zeus to carry you into legend? You leave the laughter of street performers behind and make your way east toward the stadium at Olympia. The air grows cooler beneath towering plane trees carrying the faint scent of singed olive wood drifting from nearby fire shrines. Every 4 years, Greeks from across the polis gather here for the Olympic Games, an event that transcends borders, uniting city-states in peaceful competition under Zeus's watchful gaze. A well-known fact, the Olympic Games, founded in 776 BCE at the sanctuary of Zeus, featured events such as the stadion, a short sprint of roughly 200 meters, wrestling, boxing, the pentathlon, long jump, javelin, discus, stadion, and wrestling, and the hoplite race in full armor. Victors earned olive wreaths taken from sacred groves and a fame that echoed through poems and statues alike. You slip into the packed stadium just as torchbearers light bronze braziers around the track. The smell of laurel resin mingles with sun-warmed dust rising from the compressed earth of the stadium. You settle onto a tier of limestone seats, smooth, still, warm, and feel the crowd's collective anticipation in the low murmur of togas and chieftains. But don't let the splendor of olive wreaths and roaring cheers distract you from curious behind-the-scenes rituals. Athletes fasted for days beforehand to lighten the body, while trainers rubbed olive oil mixed with ash onto their skin, both to accentuate musculature for the judges and to protect against chafing. Traces of oil residue have even been detected on ancient statue bases, confirming this once common practice. At the herald's trumpet blast, you rise with the crowd. 10 sprinters in loincloths kneel at starting lines carved into the earth. A magistrate calls Hebasco, and a leather cord snaps taut, signaling the start. The runners explode forward, sandals or bare feet thwacking the ground in rapid rhythm. You feel each footfall's resonance through the stone beneath you, a palpable drumbeat of raw human power. A factual aside, early races used a starting rope called the heremos to ensure simultaneous starts. Later, bronze starting blocks replaced ropes to reduce false starts, and rudimentary lanes were marked in the dust proto-precursors to modern track lanes. As the runners cross the finish line, a painted stone, you join the applause that swells like a wave. The victor chest heaving steps forward to receive a fresh olive wreath. The crowd's cheers rise again as he approaches the altar of Zeus to pour a libation. Each step toward the altar is a silent prayer binding personal glory to divine favor. Between events, merchants weave through the stadium's tunnels, offering roasted chickpeas, salted figs, and cups of watered-down wine, crithone, mixed with unfermented grape must. You nibble on a crunchy chickpea, its cream a center, yielding beneath salty oil, and sip the tart wine, its cool sweetness, a perfect antidote to the midday sun. A quirky Olympic custom holds that athletes chewed wild celery stalks between events to ward off cramps, an early form of sports medicine. Fragments of celery pollen found near the Palestra Wrestling School support this ancient remedy. Next, you head to the wrestling and boxing grounds. Two wrestlers grapple in a sand-filled pit, their bodies caked in dust and oil. Matches last until one man's back touches the ground, a test of leverage over brute strength. You crouch at the edge, feeling the sand sift beneath your knees and hearing the fighters' labored breaths. In the adjacent boxing arena, opponents wrap their hands in leather jimantes, lacking modern padding, and trade precise punishing strikes. No timed rounds or judges' scorecards mean matches end only when one fighter can no longer stand. The crowd's gasps echo through the air as a boxer's ear threatens to split. His trainer dabs the cut with sweet wine to stem the bleeding. Scholars still debate whether these leather bindings protected athletes or simply shifted injuries to knuckles and wrists. Osteological studies of Hellenistic remains show knuckle fractures, consistent with ancient pugilism. The pentathlon's long jump draws you next. Competitors grasp halteres, small stone or bronze weights in each hand, swinging them forward before launch to boost momentum. They dive into the sand, and judges measure the furthest leap. Scholars dispute whether halteres genuinely extended distance or served mainly as ritual props tying athletic feats to mythic traditions. As dusk approaches, you return to the stadium center for the closing procession. Victors march forward, bearing tripod shields and painted vases on their shoulders. You rise as torchbearers flank the altar, their flames reflecting off polished bronze. A priest intones the Ekecheria, the sacred Olympic truce proclaiming, "No wars shall touch Olympia," and the assembly echoes. So be it this fragile peace-bound warren cities in safe passage for athletes and spectators alike. Yet history records occasional breaches, mercenary incursions, or local skirmishes, reminding you that even the highest ideals bow to realpolitik. Lanterns glow along the stadium steps as the ceremony ends. You step down into the cooling air, carrying the weight of centuries of athletic devotion, personal sacrifice, divine homage, and communal pride etched into every step, every cheer, every whispered vow. Would you dare to stand at that starting line in loincloth and olive wreath, trusting your own body heart and the favor of Zeus to carry you into legend? You leave the laughter of street performers behind and make your way east toward the stadium at Olympia. The air grows cooler beneath towering plane trees carrying the faint scent of singed olive wood drifting from nearby fire shrines. Every 4 years, Greeks from across the Polis gather here for the Olympic Games, an event that transcends borders, uniting city-states in peaceful competition under Zeus's watchful gaze. A well-known fact, the Olympic Games, founded in 726 BCE at the Sanctuary of Zeus, featured events such as the Stadion, a short sprint of roughly 200 meters, wrestling, boxing, the pentathlon, long jump, javelin, discus, stadion, and wrestling, and the hoplite race in full armor. Victors earned olive wreaths taken from sacred groves and a fame that echoed through poems and statues alike. You slip into the packed stadium just as torchbearers light bronze braziers around the track. The smell of laurel resin mingles with sun-warmed dust rising from the compressed earth of the stadium. You settle onto a tier of limestone seats, smooth, still, warm, and feel the crowd's collective anticipation in the low murmur of togas and chitons. But don't let the splendor of olive wreaths and roaring cheers distract you from curious behind-the-scenes rituals. Athletes fasted for days beforehand to lighten the body, while trainers rubbed olive oil mixed with ash onto their skin, both to accentuate musculature for the judges and to protect against chafing. Traces of oil residue have even been detected on ancient statue bases, confirming this once common practice. At the herald's trumpet blast, you rise with the crowd. 10 sprinters in loincloths kneel at starting lines carved into the earth. A magistrate calls Hibosco, and a leather cord snaps taut, signaling the start. The runners explode forward, sandals or bare feet thwacking the ground in rapid rhythm. You feel each footfall's resonance through the stone beneath you, a palpable drumbeat of raw human power. A factual aside, early races used a starting rope called the heremos to ensure simultaneous starts. Later, bronze starting blocks replaced ropes to reduce false starts, and rudimentary lanes were marked in the dust proto-precursors to modern track lanes. As the runners cross the finish line, a painted stone, you join the applause that swells like a wave. The victor chest heaving steps forward to receive a fresh olive wreath. The crowd's cheers rise again as he approaches the altar of Zeus to pour a libation. Each step toward the altar is a silent prayer, binding personal glory to divine favor. Between events, merchants weave through the stadium's tunnels, offering roasted chickpeas, salted figs, and cups of watered-down wine, chrythone mixed with unfermented grape must. You nibble on a crunchy chickpea, its creamy center yielding beneath salty oil, and sip the tart wine, its cool sweetness, a perfect antidote to the midday sun. A quirky Olympic custom holds that athletes chewed wild celery stalks between events to ward off cramps, an early form of sports medicine. Fragments of celery pollen found near the Palestra wrestling school support this ancient remedy. Next, you head to the wrestling and boxing grounds. 2 wrestlers grapple in a sand-filled pit, their bodies caked in dust and oil. Matches last until one man's back touches the ground, a test of leverage over brute strength. You crouch at the edge, feeling the sand sift beneath your knees and hearing the fighters' labored breaths. In the adjacent boxing arena, opponents wrap their hands in leather himantes, lacking modern padding and trade-precise punishing strikes. No timed rounds or judges' scorecards mean matches end only when one fighter can no longer stand. The crowd's gasps echo through the air as a boxer's ear threatens to split. His trainer dabs the cut with sweet wine to stem the bleeding. Scholars still debate whether these leather bindings protected athletes or simply shifted injuries to knuckles and wrists. Osteological studies of Hellenistic remains show knuckle fractures, consistent with ancient pugilism. The pentathlon's long jump draws you next. Competitors grasp halter small stone or bronze weights in each hand, swinging them forward before launch to boost momentum. They dive into the sand and judges measure the furthest leap. Scholars dispute whether halteres genuinely extended distance or served mainly as ritual props tying athletic feats to mythic traditions. As dusk approaches, you return to the stadium center for the closing procession. Victors march forward, bearing tripod shields and painted vases on their shoulders. You rise as torch-bearers flank the altar, their flames reflecting off polished bronze. A priest intones the Ekekcharia, the sacred Olympic truce proclaiming, "No wars shall touch Olympia," and the assembly echoes. So be it, this fragile peace, bound warring cities in safe passage for athletes and spectators alike. Yet, history records occasional breaches, mercenary incursions, or local skirmishes, reminding you that even the highest ideals bow to realpolitik. Lanterns glow along the stadium steps as the ceremony ends. You step down into the cooling air, carrying the weight of centuries of athletic devotion, personal sacrifice, divine homage, and communal pride etched into every step, every cheer, every whispered vow. Would you dare to stand at that starting line in loincloth and olive wreath, trusting your own body heart and the favor of Zeus to carry you into legend? You slip through a narrow vine-draped laneway off the agora and arrive at a modest courtyard lined with whitewashed walls, each bearing small scratched inscriptions, protection sigils scrawled in charcoal and ochre. The air tastes faintly of crushed time and sun-warmed stone, inviting hushed attention. Here, Athenians freely blend daily routine with whispered superstition, seeking small safeguards against unseen forces. A well-known fact, ancient Greeks held a rich tapestry of folk beliefs, apotropaic rituals meant to ward off the evil eye, Bascano curses, and misfortune. Homes and public spaces brimmed with protective symbols, painted eyes over doorways, hanging phallic charms to avert envy, and buried lead tablets katadesmoa, hidden beneath thresholds to neutralize harmful spells. You pause before a low altar piled with offerings of salt breadcrumbs and chipped olive oil jars, a daily thigmos ritual. Citizens sprinkle a pinch of salt at each new threshold, home door, workshop entrance, even inside a carriage, believing its crystalline sharpness repels malevolent spirits. You collect a pinch between thumb and forefinger, taste its stark bite, and let it fall in a silent arc across the courtyard's tile. Each grain is a miniature ward against whispered harm. But don't mistake these humble gestures for mere superstition. A quirky custom recorded in marginal notes calls for dipping a finger in salt and flicking it to the right, never the left, to align with the auspicious path of Helios. Archaeological surveys in residential blocks find precisely right-tilted salt scatterings at every entry, a tactile thread of communal belief woven into Athenian daily life. Ahead, you see a cluster of small black-painted terracotta masks, gorgonea, tacked above door lintels. Their grimacing faces, bulging eyes, and lolling tongues ward off harm through grotesque humor. You run a finger along the curved horn of one mask. Its ceramic glaze remains glossy despite centuries' testimony to the craftspeople who shaped apotropaic art into unignorable guardians. A factual aside, gorgonea date back to Mycenaean times and were widely adopted across the polis, from houses to granaries. Their ubiquity reflects a belief in visible, even mocking defenses against envy and ill will. Some masks incorporate nails and bronze studs, tiny spikes, reinforcing their protective power through physical deterrence. Nearby, a vine-entwined column bears faint tally marks, tiny crosses scratched at random heights. Locals believed each cross represented a narrowly averted mishap, crossing out a prophecy of misfortune once the day passed safely. You count 18 crosses each, a silent echo of daily danger avoided by simple personal record-keeping. You step into a small shrine niche carved into the courtyard wall, where a lone clay statuette of Hermes Psychopompos stands winged messenger guiding souls. Worshippers touch its winged feet before departing, seeking safe passage through uncertain realms, public trials, sea voyages, or neighborhood disputes. You press your palm to the statuette's thigh, its surface worn smooth, a silent testament to everyday anxieties carried by countless hands. Yet a deeper nuance emerges. Some visitors tuck tiny scraps of written petitions, prayers for safe travels or fair court outcomes into Hermes' robe folds, believing his psychopomp role extended to delivering petitions to the gods. Excavations beneath these shrines have yielded faded papyrus fragments bearing hastily scrawled entreaties, a hidden archive of personal fears and hopes. You cross the courtyard to a low bench where a matron arranges 7 pebbles in a circle, a miniature casting of the Claritarian-inspired class used to decide minor disputes or assign chores. Each pebble represents a household member. Drawing stones from the small pouch determines who fetches water or lights the evening lamp. The randomness invokes both chance and divine will, diffusing potential conflict through mundane divination. A debated detail. Scholars disagree whether pebble casting served primarily as conflict resolution or as a playful game reinforcing social bonds. Some inscriptions label pebble courts for household peace, while others frame them as children's amusements, suggesting a dual role in both governance and play. As afternoon light softens, you approach a low table strewn with lead sheets, katadesmoi, used to curse tormentors or settle grudges. A petitioner writes an enemy's name on one sheet, folds it thrice, and pierces it with nails before burying it under a threshold. Though legally frowned upon, the practice flourished in secret, revealing an undercurrent of personal justice outside formal courts. You hold a folded tablet, its lead cold and weighty in your palm, the ironed pleats sharp as the resentment they embody. Yet scholars debate the practical efficacy of curses. Did the dead or demonies enforce these secret oaths? Or did the act serve as catharsis for the afflicted? Some experts suggest that writing and burying names granted petitioners psychological closure regardless of supernatural intervention. Finally, you step beneath a low-eaved portico hung with wicker baskets filled with dried rue, a potent herb dedicated to Aphrodite and Hecate, believed to ward off plague, snakebite, and malevolent spells alike. You lift a basket, inhale rue's bitter green aroma, a menthol-like sting that clears your sinuses. Women and children often hung rue bunches over cradles to protect infants, a botanical talisman bridging domestic care and spiritual defense. A modern ethnobotanical debate lingers. Did rue's antimicrobial compounds justify its widespread use against disease, or did its symbolic potency far outweigh any real medicinal benefit? Traces of rutin and other bioactive molecules in rue suggest some physiological effects, but the robust belief in its supernatural efficacy underscores a holistic blend of medicine and magic. As dusk falls, lanterns flicker to life, their tiny flames winking at the scratched crosses and gorgon masks. You feel the courtyard's superstitions, salt masks, pebbles, curses, rue woven into everyday life like protective threads and fabric. Each ritual, modest yet deliberate, speaks to a culture attuned to both seen and unseen forces. Would you dare to scatter salt at every threshold, scratch your own cross, or bury a curse beneath these stones, entrusting clay lead and salt with your deepest fears? You leave the laughter of street performers behind and follow a winding lane to a low-roofed tavern, the scent of sizzling fish and sweet wine billowing like a welcome banner. A carved wooden sign swings above the door, Cosmo Thetis Order of the Vine, inviting travelers to sample the hearty yet humble fare of Athenian street taverns. Inside rough-hewn tables and low benches cluster beneath oil lamp glow, and the soft clink of clay cups and murmured stories set the evening's rhythm. A well-known fact, 3 oboe taverns charge 3 oboes, half a drachma for simple meals, barley porridge pulls, flatbreads, olives, and small fish. These taverns served laborers, soldiers, and philosophers alike as lively social hubs where news, gossip, and poetry flowed as freely as the watered-down wine. You settle onto a straw-strewed bench, tucking your cloak beneath you as a kindly innkeeper ladles steaming poles rich with chopped onions and fresh herbs. The porridge's warmth seeps into your palms, and its smoky, savory aroma draws you in. A taste reveals tender barley, the sharp bite of onion, and the bright note of thyme, a flavor both grounding and enlivening after a day of wandering. But behind this bustling scene lies a resourceful trick to stretch scarce barley supplies some cooks stirred in crushed chickpea flour. This bulked up the porridge, leaving a slightly grittier texture, but ensured no one left hungry. Archaeological residue analysis of tavern cooking pots confirm this clever hack. A server offers a tray of tiny grilled sardines skewered on slender twigs, each fish shimmering with olive oil and specks of sea salt. You pick one up by the tail and bite. The crispy skin crackles beneath your teeth, yielding to tender, oily flesh that tastes of the Aegean. Between bites, you dip flatbread into the pooled sardine juices, savoring the melding of crust and sea. Around you, a circle of patrons debates the latest news from Sicily, a tyrant's overthrow, a grain shipment delayed by pirates. Merchants haggle routes, veterans recall distant coastlines, and poets sketch epic similes in the air. At another table, players toss knucklebones tally in a rhythmic game whose soft percussion blends with the tavern's murmur. A factual aside, these knucklebone games often doubled as divination tools. After a few throws, players believed they could glimpse their fortunes in the scattered bones. Fragments of astragaloi found in tavern sites attest to this playful mix of luck and lore. Above the din, a lone harpist takes the corner near an open window. His fingers coax gentle arpeggios from a small kithara, the notes drifting through the room like candlelight. You close your eyes as the music weaves around you, a soft counterpoint to laughter and conversation. Nearby, a server scatters rose petals over a bowl of watered wine, their delicate fragrance mingling with the savory scent of roasting pine nuts. Yet, some tavern keepers discouraged live music, fearing that too much dancing would spill wine and topple stools. To dampen vibrations, builders sometimes cut shallow grooves beneath raised platforms, subtle dampeners that kept the floor stable. Archaeologists have uncovered these grooves under ancient performance stages, revealing tavern owners' pragmatic flair. You rise to refill your cup at a clay amphora set into a carved stone niche. The wine is pale and tart, mixed 1 part must to 3 parts water, then steeped with dried mint and pine resin to freshen stale vintages. You sip, tasting a brisk resinous edge beneath fruity sweetness, a distinctive flavor of Attica's vineyards. A curious detail, some patrons craving extra zest dropped a pinch of crushed coriander seeds into their cups. This added a warm, citrusy tang to the wine. Coriander pollen traces on amphora stoppers recovered nearby confirm this delightful improvisation. As night deepens, conversation grows playful. Guests challenge each other to recite lines from Aristophanes' latest comedy mishaps earn a sardine skewer as penalty drawing fresh laughter. The tavern's energy ripples like a living thing punctuated by the hiss of oil lamps catching evening breezes. A modern scholarly debate asks whether these impromptu recitations preserved lost comedic texts or fractured them into countless variants. Tavern archivists, if you can call them that, might have been unwitting custodians of dramatic heritage. Before you leave, the innkeeper presents a small bowl of honey-drizzled pine nuts. You bite into one, its tender crunch releases warm sweetness that coats your tongue, a fitting benediction to an evening of flavor and fellowship. Stepping into the Athenian moonlight, the tavern's warmth lingers in your hair, and memory the steam of porridge, the brine of fish, the echo of harp strings, and the shared spark of human connection. Would you dare to trade your own stories here? Knucklebone tosses, borrowed lines of verse, and brimming cups with strangers, finding kinship in every bite and tune? You slip through the marble arch of Dionysus's hillside sanctuary just as dawn's first glow tinges the festival tents in rosy hues. The scent of fermenting wine drifts on the breeze, mingling with wild ivy blossoms draped over rough-hewn altars. All around you, citizens don woven masks, grinning satyrs, solemn tragedians, and wine-swollen maenads, eager to merge joyous abandon with ritual devotion in the city Dionysia. A well-known fact, the city Dionysia in Athens, held each spring to honor Dionysus Eleutherius, featured processions, dramatic competitions, and communal feasting. Playwrights debuted new tragedies and comedies before eager audiences, while choruses of women and men sang hymns, dithyrambs, and performed Bacchic dances, where theater and religious worship became one. You join the throng winding up the hill toward the theater of Dionysus, its stone tiers terraced into the slope. Drummers beat a steady rhythm, boom, boom, beckoning you forward. You feel that pulse in your chest, an embodied prelude to the ecstatic revelry that awaits. Masked participants weave wreaths of ivy and grape leaves, placing them atop their heads to honor the god's vine-born lineage. But don't let the revelry distract you from hidden customs. A quirky preparatory trick involved dipping the inside of masks in a diluted sea salt solution. When worn, the salty tang mixed with perspiration to create a faint saline mist on the wearer's face, thought to induce tears and deepen emotional empathy with the divine. Archaeologists have found salt crystals in mask sockets, evidence of this bittersweet method of ritual empathy. As you ascend the theater's steps, you pass painted panels depicting Dionysus's myths, his birth from Zeus's thigh, his triumph over pirates, and his gift of the vine to mortals. You trace a curling ivy tendril in the fresco and inhale the gentle aroma of fermenting grape must from wooden vats nearby, an ASMR moment of anticipation before the main spectacle begins. The herald's trumpet sounds and the crowd falls silent as the proagon starts. A phallus-carrying torchbearer leads a procession of chorus members, young women chanting in unison. Boys of Bacchus, children of the vine, lead us to frenzy sweet and divine. Their voices rise and fall like wind through treetops, each syllable an invitation to abandon restraint. A factual aside, female chorus members, often daughters of prominent families, perform the Thesmophoria sacred dances, embodying fertility and renewal. Their participation highlighted women's essential role in civic religion, even as they remained excluded from political rights a tension woven throughout Athenian society. You settle on a lower bench as the first play a new tragedy begins. Actors masked as satyrs' broad plaster grins enact the myth of Pentheus, torn apart by frenzied maenads. Each violent tableau unfolds with precise choreography. Tearing cloth, the echo of wooden thyrsus staffs striking the stage, the chorus's anguished wails, a soundscape that reverberates through stone and soul alike. Yet even tragedy here merges with moral reflection. A masked actor embodying Dionysus strides forward and intones, "Will you condemn passion when once you craved it?" The line hangs in the air, challenging each citizen to weigh the gods' gifts of wine, ecstasy, and liberation against the danger of unbridled excess. Between acts, you wander to the wine stalls, where clay phylae overflow with sweet honeyed wine crater wine steeped in grape must. You lift a cup to your lips and sip the amber liquid. Its subtle fizz and sweetness tingle at the back of your throat, a visceral reminder of Dionysus's dual-natured joy and delirium in equal measure. Some patrons drop crushed mint leaves into their cups, a folk remedy to sharpen the senses before the next dramatic twist. A debated detail: did ancient actors swallow small doses of Kaikiana barley and mint concoction, reputed to induce mild visions to heighten their fervor? Chemical tests on surviving masks have found mint alkaloid residues, but whether those traces come from Kaikian or simple aroma remains contested. As the sun dips low, torches blaze along the stage's edges, and a comedic troupe assembles. Clad in vibrant chitons, they lampoon Athens' rulers' bumbling magistrates, fumble togas, and chase runaway slaves in pantomime. The crowd erupts in laughter, civic tensions vented through satire. A historical aside, Aristophanes himself debuted comedies at the city Dionysia, skewering war, corruption, and folly, while tragedies taught moral lessons. Comedies offered catharsis through ridicule. Yet wealthy sponsors sometimes pressured playwrights to temper their criticism, blurring the line between free speech and political influence. You rise to join a final Bacchic dance as drums and flutes converge in polyrhythmic frenzy. Chorus members link hands, forming circles that spin faster until bodies blur in ecstatic whirl. You step into the ring ivy wreath slipping against your brow and let the pulsing beat guide your feet 2 steps forward, a turn, a leap. Each movement dissolves the boundary between spectator and participant, uniting you in Dionysian celebration. In that swirling moment, joy and fear entwine, the thrill of shared abandon tempered by the knowledge of crossing sacred taboos. Would you dare to surrender fully to this dance, trusting that ecstasy leads to insight rather than ruin? Would you embrace the God who blurs the line between order and chaos, knowing that in his vine-led revelry lie both liberation and peril? You pause at the crest of a gently sloping hill just beyond the city walls, where the last rays of sunlight pool like molten gold across tiled rooftops and olive groves. Below you, the Aegean shimmers in shifting hues of rose and lavender, its soft lap against distant shores, a quiet counterpoint to the evening cicadas' hum. The air cools around you, scented with wild oregano and a faint mineral tang of worn marble, guiding your senses into hushed reflection. A well-known fact in classical Athens, the day officially ended when 3 high-ranking priests, the Thesmothetai, observed the sun dipping behind Mount Hymettus and declared the new day's legal and religious observances closed. This civil twilight, called the Nectelios Horos, marked curfews, the conclusion of trials, and the final extinguishing of public oil lamps in the agora and the ports. You settle onto a smooth slab of pentelic marble, its surface still warm from the afternoon sun, and let the panorama settle into your chest. The whisper of wind through olive leaves becomes an ASMR lullaby. Shh, shh, blending with distant temple bells tolling the 9th hour. Each toll seems to echo through time, connecting you to Athenians who paused here centuries ago to honor Dionysus's evening libations and to greet Hecate's nocturnal watch. But don't assume every twilight ritual was lofty. A quirky habit among fishermen involved tying small bits of broken amphora clay to their nets before casting at dusk. As the clay bumped against the water's surface, it mimicked the sounds of small fish luring larger catch toward their nets. Archaeological finds of amphora fragments tangled in sunken nets off Attica's coast confirm this clever acoustic baiting, a practical symphony of survival beneath the placid waves. As you let the sounds wash over you, your eyes drift to the Acropolis, where torch-bearing guardians stand sentinel over the weathered columns. Their torches, fueled by pine resin, sputter in the cooling air, sending tiny sparks upward like fireflies. The flicker illuminates faint traces of vermilion paint along the Parthenon's frieze vestiges of the temple's original polychrome splendor, now reborn each evening in golden glow. A factual aside olive oil lamps, simple terracotta cups with linen wicks littered every household threshold. Lighting these lamps at dusk not only banished darkness, but symbolically invited Athena's wisdom to guard dreams. Some households added crushed rosemary to the oil for its mind, refreshing aroma, a precursor to modern aromatherapy confirmed by pollen analysis in lamp residues from domestic shrines. You lean back, feeling the marble's gentle coolness seep through your tunic as night deepens. Somewhere below, a lone shepherd's flute drifts upward its plaintive notes, weaving through the olive trees, drifting up to your perch. The simplicity feels timeless, as if these same notes have played here for 1,000 years. A whispered question surfaces: did the Greek concept of kairos, seizing the opportune moment, find its most poignant expression in these twilight hours, when civic law closed, ritual paused, and the boundary between day's deeds and night's dreams blurred? Scholars debate whether this liminal time fostered philosophical inwardness or reinforced communal bonds through shared ceremonial transitions. Turning your gaze seaward, you catch the silhouette of a fishing trireme sliding toward harbor under a half-moon's pale arc. Crews, shadows against lantern light, sing a rowing chant to synchronize oar strokes, ta, 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 a gentle, percussive unison. The rhythm resonates with earlier percussion drills in Spartan barracks, or with pebble drops in the ecclesia, each a testament to human coordination guided by sound. Below, the city's lanterns blink on one by one as citizens light oil lamps in windows and along streets. The effect is a cascading glow, stars fallen to earth, outlining marble facades and market stalls alike. You notice a cluster of festival torches left from last night's Dionysia, their embers long spent, yet still smudging the stone with smoky residue, a reminder that every celebration leaves both radiance and shadow. Summoning the day's final ritual, you dip your fingertips into a shallow bowl of Kephasia spring water. The cool clarity pools briefly before spilling onto the marble with a soft plink. Each drop a farewell to the curious twilight custom of Phoebe's youths, preparing for citizenship, carved their names and the date into threshold stones at dusk, cementing their transition from adolescence to civic duty. Those weathered inscriptions, still legible in sheltered niches, tie personal rites of passage to the city's temporal rhythms, binding individual lives to collective history. As stars emerge first, Arcturus, then Orion's belt, you trace constellations once used to navigate ships and structure Attic calendars. The same celestial patterns guided Hesiod's farming verses and Aristarchus's early observations of the heavens. Beneath this sky, generations of sky watchers sought patterns in the heavens, as they did in civic debates, tragedies, and symposia, each a map for human action and aspiration. You rise, brushing dust from your tunic, and take one last look at Athens, transformed by night. The city's hum has softened to distant bell chimes and the occasional splash of waves against the breakwater. Your heartbeat slows, synchronized with nocturnal creatures, crickets' eyes, and the rustle of small mammals in the olive grove. Although today's stories now settle into the quiet dark, you carry their echoes, temple rites, street feasts, philosophical dialogues, athletic triumphs woven into your moment of reflection. This hill's hush reminds you that ancient life like ours balanced light and shadow ceremony and survival, public spectacle, and private prayer. Would you dare to live fully in each passing twilight, embracing its rituals, its lingering scents, and the soft hum of the world slipping from day into night, trusting that in this sacred pause you touch both history's pulse and eternity's beckoning stillness? You rise from your marble seat as the final embers of day fade into velvet night. All around you, Athens settles into a soft repose. The last lamps gutter out. The distant murmur of the night watchman drifts on the breeze, and the olive groves hum with unseen light. In this moment of gentle closure, you feel the city's pulse slow to a steady, comforting heartbeat. Think back on your journey, the hush of dawn on the Acropolis, the warm crackle of pottery wheels, the disciplined stride of Spartan youths, the intimate hush of symposium discourse, and the thunderous acclaim of Olympic victors. Each echo, whether the subtle hiss of cooling wine, the rhythmic thud of oars in the harbor, or the whispered debate under olive trees, wove a tapestry of daily life, long past, yet vividly alive in your senses. Now, as you carry those echoes within you, allow the night's soft chorus crickets in concert, a lone flute's distant lament, the gentle lap of the Aegean to cradle your thoughts. The hushed rituals of salt at thresholds, the hidden scripts of protective charms, and the spirited revelry of Dionysian rites all converge here, where the boundary between then and now thins to a shimmering veil. In the stillness, remember that history is not defined solely by monumental deeds or grand battles, but by small shared moments. The breath drawn before an address on the Pnyx, the hand pressed to a votive relief, the laughter spilling from a crowded tavern, the careful anointing of oil before healing. These are the quiet lessons that outlast marble and memory, guiding each footstep into tomorrow. May this hour's peace settle in your mind like a gentle balm, each remembered scent and whispered word a soft lantern lighting your dreams. Let the night enfold you in its timeless embrace, carrying you beyond the edges of recorded time into the heart of shared human wonder. Even the oldest tales have something new to say if we listen gently. May this moment of quiet carry you through the night, like a soft breeze through open windows. That is tonight's story. May your dreams be filled with wonder and peace.